Greetings, everyone, and welcome to a super duper extra special, unexpected, unplanned, uncensored, unadulterated retro stream. Yeah, bet you weren't expecting that. You just thought you were going to get more Fortnite, didn't you? Yeah, well, I don't feel like playing Fortnite today. It was annoying and frustrating yesterday, so we're going to try something a little different today. We did a stream like this. Well, we did a couple of them like this. We did one for Halloween a couple years ago, where we watched a bunch of Halloween-related stuff that I have on tape and captured. And basically, all the stuff we're about to see is stuff from my own VHS tapes, which I captured myself. They're all time-based corrected and as clean, crisp and clean and perfect as they can be. I recorded things smartly back in the day. I used a lot. Well, everyone else was like marveling at how they could cram 6 hours of stuff onto a tape. I was like, yeah, but it looks like ass. So I discovered that if you used the 2-hour speed, which runs at 3 times the speed of the 6-hour speed, the quality is way nicer. And lo and behold, almost 40 years later for some of these tapes, they still look just as good today as they did back when I recorded them because of that. So you're about to see some very nice VHS recordings. I don't expect this to look like high def or anything. I mean, you keep your expectations realistic, but I guarantee these are better than what you usually see for VHS recordings. Those of you who come to my retro streams before will kind of know what to expect. So yeah. Hi JL. Well, yeah, we're not playing today. Pay attention. So anyway, hope the migraine feels better. Those are always a pain to deal with. Literally. Holy moly! Vermin aren't just getting the ball rolling right off the bat. Yes, and we are, of course, doing this for the donos.
Awake, but I will be listening to the stream. Let's hope we get some donos after my rant the other day. Anyway,
okay, I'm turning evil off.
Badly. Have a great stream.
You can't have interruptions like that when we're watching videos. As much as I appreciate the bits. That's just too long and too intrusive. Why? There are other sounds, dude. Please use the other sounds from time to time. I'm begging you. It doesn't have to be evil every time. I appreciate the bits, but that's so intrusive. Like, you know, time and a place. Anyway, I'm just going to turn that one off because it's way too intrusive. And we can't have big intrusive sounds when we're trying to watch videos, so... wow, that totally derailed me. What was the message that Vermin said? I didn't hear any of it.
I won't be awake, but I will be listening to the stream.
Okay.
Let's hope we get some donos after my rant the other day.
Yes.
Anyway, I have to sleep. I am nodding off in my chair badly. Have a great stream. Please donate. People smile.
All right. I'd prefer if they donate money rather than people. I don't know where I would put people, but money can just go right into the bank. And then, you know, I can use it to buy things because, you know, they are units of exchange. Yeah, I'm just going to... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to turn the soundboard off. That's easier. Let's just have no soundboard today. I think that's a better plan. Donos only today, folks. Donos only. Bits are fine, but no soundboard today because we're watching videos. People don't want to listen to Mermaid Man screaming his head off when we're trying to watch a nice little video. How do I turn it off? Ah, here we are. Yeah, deactivate. There we go. All right. No soundboard today. That was your one. Yeah, we'll save the soundboard for when we're playing games and stuff. Then it's not, you know, not that big a deal. All right. So anyway, if anyone would like to contribute to the stream and help us knock out this big fat dono goal that we haven't even hit 50% on yet, and it's almost the end of the month. These are monthly goals, by the way. You'll find the link at the top of the chat, both on YouTube and Twitch. So thank you in advance for your support. It helps to keep the content going by helping to keep me going, essentially. All right. Well, anyway, as I was saying, all of these are from my own tapes. I captured them a while back. Actually, I need to get back to it. I actually did purchase a third computer specifically for the purposes of capturing more videos. Also, MMC retro fans, Multimedia Chronicles retro fans, that is, might be pleased to know I was going through my footage today to see what I had. See, like, I must have some stuff I can do to make some new retro episodes for you, because we haven't had any of those for a while. And the answer is yes. I actually have about a year and a half's worth of footage from 1993 through to the middle of 1994 that I could make about probably at least a year's worth of retro videos, if not more. So I'm going to start working on those soon-ish. I got to kind of figure out a game plan here. I've got so much stuff on the go right now that, yeah, it's crazy. It's mad. So I need to kind of focus on where we're going. At the moment, I'm mostly focusing on Halloween stuff because Halloween season here on. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate that, JL.
Poop poop, you turned the soundboard off for.
Yes. Well, it's because of what we're doing today, dude. We don't like to have big interruptions when we're trying to just enjoy some videos together. So, you know. Hey, Berdazzle. How's it going? And hello to everybody else watching. I see there's actually quite a few people there, probably itching for us to start. All right, so what are we watching today? I thought it would be kind of fun, interesting, maybe a little depressing, but we'll see how it goes. To check out the news. I have a whole bunch of news clips. Now, a lot of these aren't full news broadcasts. Some of them are just like short updates, like between 2 and 5 minutes long. They just kind of give you the top stories of the day at the time. But dating all the way back to 1987 through to about 1994. I have tons more that I haven't captured yet. This is just what an example of what I've captured so far. And for anybody wondering, yes, I do plan to make these publicly available in some form, maybe on archive.org or something. At some point. So at this point in time, they are not available other than to me on my hard drive. But eventually I will put them up in some kind of public space, because I think they're important historical records. And I'm pretty sure I've got a lot of stuff that nobody else does, at least not in this quality. So shall we begin? Do let's. Where's the button here? Head over to the desktop. Oh, mysterious black screen. So most of these are just kind of general news stories. There is some geeky stuff in there too, a little bit of behind the scenes stuff, a couple of trailers, I think, for TV shows and things that were on at the time. Not a lot of those, but there's a few in the mix. There's a couple of news stories about movies that were on at the time. I recorded a lot of stuff in 1989 when I had my first apartment, and also my first hi-fi stereo VCR, which was pretty cool. So 87 to 88 is low fidelity mono, but from SP Recordings, so it's actually still quite crisp. And then 1989 forward is all hi-fi. Not all hi-fi stereo, because not all stations were broadcasting in stereo yet, at least not in my area. So I got what I could. At the very least, the sound is really good. I'm one of those people that when I capture VHS tapes, I'm super anal about making sure the tracking is good. And you have like the least amount of crackling and popping and dropouts and whatnot in the audio, especially. A lot of the times, I actually have two VCRs that sort of both have their own strengths. One is better at tracking the lo-fi sound. One is better, gives better picture quality and has better hi-fi tracking. So I kind of do a mix and match. Sometimes I'll capture a video on one and then I'll recapture it on the other to get like a cleaner audio track or something. So anyway, a lot of work has gone into these. They look and sound about as good as I think they're ever going to. So enjoy. We'll start off with something that I think you guys will recognize. And it's kind of cool because this particular thing had not started yet. You got to realize the buzz around this when it first came out. There hadn't been a new anything from this franchise other than movies until 1987, when it finally returned to our screens a full 20 years after it had left. Well, it had originally, 19 years? 21 years since it originally debuted on our screens in 1966. What is it? You may have already guessed, but let's take a look.
This is WGRZ-TV, Buffalo, New York, broadcasting in stereo.
Not in my area.
Star Trek gets for outer space. Dennis Quaid stars in inner space.
Oh, God.
Frankie and Annette.
We'll just wait.
Evil. Evil.
I hate you, vermin.
Evil. Death Ray, just trolling with my last bit of cash. Yes, please donate money, not people. People. P.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. As you may have noticed, you can make our text-to-speech guy say funny things if you donate $5 or more. You got to pay the troll tax on that one. All right. Here we go. Let's start over.
This is WGRZ-TV, Buffalo, New York, broadcasting in stereo.
Turn this up a bit.
Star Trek heads for outer space. Dennis Quaid stars in inner space. Frankie and Annette get back together. The Jefferson Airplane remembers the days of Flower Children and White Rabbit.
Are TV critics too critical or not critical enough?
How did cash turn used records into cash?
And they all live happily ever after on
CDs have barely happened yet. Oh, Ali Sheedy. Oh. Man, early CG here, too. So this was the weekly show they would do to kind of rounded up the stories of the week. I didn't record the whole episode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Entertainment This Week. Lisa Gibbons is off once again, traipsing around the world. She's in New Zealand again this week. I'm Rob Weller.
And I'm Mary Hart, and glad to be here, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, you ready? This is your second week now in a row.
I
Her
know it.
second week.
Like
She was the host for, like,
I'm
ever.
accustomed to your face.
Please, no singing, not yet.
Okay.
All right. You ready for a little outer space talk?
Well, of course, can you do it?
You bet.
Okay.
Attention, all Trekkies.
Got
This is the captain speaking.
Yeah, I think that's the shittiest news ever, Jordan. Fucking hate Michael Bay.
One of the hottest new programs of the upcoming fall season.
And what he did with the Transformers.
And you won't find it on any of the networks either.
You are right about that, Rob. Star Trek The Next Generation is being syndicated nationwide, and you're not only going to see the studio set, you're going to explore the top secret labs and workrooms of the special effects teams responsible for the look of the show. And on the job for us, the only guy we know of who is tall enough to peek into all the nooks and crannies of the Starship Enterprise, a tall 6'6", John Tesh.
John Tesh.
Star Trek The Next Generation is on its new mission to the galaxy of syndicated television to boldly go where no
Great
TV
musician,
ratings
too,
have
John
gone
Tesh.
before.
Go to yellow alert.
This is the first thing I ever saw of Star Trek
Shrouded
Next
in
Generation.
secrecy, the new Star Trek TV series in production now will debut this fall with a 2-hour premiere and then 24-hour-long episodes, all under the guiding hand of the original Star Trek creator, Gene Roddenberry.
Wow.
Roddenberry has brought back the Enterprise. Once again, the Starship's adventures will challenge the captain and the crew right here on the bridge. But if you're expecting to see Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, or Scotty, well, then you have a surprise coming.
The captain and the crew of the Enterprise this time around will be some new faces. Since many of them were fans of the original show, the new crew works together as kind of a Star Trek fan club.
Shield and deflectors up, sir. It was like a dream come true, actually, because of being a Trekkie fan.
I walked in and I went, oh my God, I'm in the transporter room, you know?
I could get used to this. 5-6-year mission? Yeah, it feels good.
Welcome to the Enterprise.
They got 7.
This is nothing like any vessel I've seen before. To make the Enterprise and all the wonders of space like nothing ever seen before,
just
the
walking
producers
around
of
the
Star
set,
Trek
man.
went north from Hollywood to San Rafael, California, where they found the Wizards.
We made that middle flame might be able to pull back out some.
Oh, the Wizards are these men.
All the practical
technicians at
effects, eh?
Industrial Light and Magic, ILM, a special effects production house owned by movie maker George Lucas. On what's called a motion control stage, technicians create the effect of the Enterprise flying through space by keeping the starship stationary and moving the camera towards it, using a time-lapse exposure technique. The process negative shows the motion of the ship to be adjusted through computerized orders before the final shooting. On another stage, simultaneously, more wizards are making what will be the ship's shift into warp speed. Sorry, this special effect is under wraps until the series airs.
We try and do whatever people want us to do to put shots into their films that wouldn't be practical to get in reality or else just don't exist.
For the crew at ILM, the answer to the question, "What did you do at work today, dear?" might be, "Today I burned down a village on the far point planet." Meanwhile, the men at ILM who create the designs for the starships and shuttlecraft continue to pursue new dreams.
This is
all
all
of us here in the art department are
from the
Star
pilot.
Trek fans or Star Trek aficionados.
Well, the producers are hoping that a good bit of the country is Star Trek aficionados. Already, this series has been sold in more than 160 markets. That's more than 90% of the country. As to the fate of the Starship Enterprise, well, that will likely be decided this fall when it meets a force that could prove to be friend or foe. The viewing public.
Let's see what's out there.
Hey, looks like great stuff.
Well, you know, if judging by the special effects alone or the set design alone, I think it looks great.
Yeah,
it's
new
really
characters.
Exciting. Mm-hmm.
Be interesting to see if they work together as well as the original cast.
Sounds like they're all excited about it, too. Anyway, Star Trek The Next Generation will premiere with a 2-hour episode on the weekend of October 3rd and 4th. Mark it on your calendars. You can bet your Spock ears every Trekkie in town will be tuning in then.
I don't know. At least one TV station carrying the series should be drawing Star Trek fans in record numbers. One ABC affiliate, WCVB in Boston, is preempting the network in order to show The Next Generation Saturday nights in prime time.
Wow. Yeah, because it debuted in syndication, so pretty big deal for a network affiliate to be showing it.
Speaking to them by a telephone.
Oh.
A rope has been lowered down. A stretcher is down there, a backboard to which she will be strapped.
Now this is an interesting story. You guys might not all know this.
Just a few moments ago, there
this
was
is the story of baby Jessica McClure, who was a toddler
that rescue shaft,
who crawled into like a pipe in the ground and got trapped underground, and they couldn't get her out.
His name is Andy Glasgow, who had talked
and it was
to
like
Jessica when
this
he went
big
down to the tunnel.
Effort to
said that
rescue
Jessica
her.
was a bit defiant. She was ordering the rescue workers around when they got in contact with her because she said she wanted out, or she indicated that she wanted out, and that she couldn't understand why she couldn't go home.
Amazing. Once again, her stamina and her character have shown through so well in this. And Connie, we were also told earlier on today, a lot of smiles, I wonder if they can see her. We were also told earlier today that she was irritated by all the noise down there. Now, it could, of course, be that that noise was so intense that it was hurting her eardrums. It certainly hurt ours from time to time. Oxygen going down now, Connie.
It did not hurt your eardrums. You're in a fucking
We
studio,
were also
you liar.
told, Dan, that the man without a collarbone, his name is Ron Short, who was lowered down there as a 26-year-old former oil field worker. He volunteered his services, as just about everyone has on the site, out of his love for children and concern for Jessica. And he told authorities that he could squeeze his shoulders to a width of only 17 inches.
Wow.
There has been, Connie, such a bold show of determination by all of these oil field workers who have volunteered their time to come out here and do all the things that needed to be done. They are such experts. They are so cool. These people have operated hour after hour, day into night, and they just have such a set expression in their faces. To some degree, it's exhaustion.
This live
but
as it was happening. It was a
Connie, I'm told
huge deal.
They just brought a fluorescent light out of the hole. It could be that they're taking all the unnecessary objects out of the hole right now to prepare the way
news coverage this got.
for Jessica McClure. Pats on the back out there now, Connie.
And they did a TV movie called
It could
Everybody's
be very soon
Baby.
now. Obviously,
Baby
we've
Jessica.
been breaking into our regular programming here
no,
at NBC
Everybody's
because
Baby,
we
the
keep
Jessica
receiving
McClure
word that it is
story.
imminent.
Yeah.
Now we hope that it is.
We most certainly do.
But the problem
Dan, we
was,
heard
it was
an
like a
earlier
pipe that just
report
went
that there
straight
were
down.
jars of lubricating jelly being dropped
And
down into the hole. Any
she
word
got
on that?
stuck, like her leg
Connie,
was
I had
pushed
not
up,
heard
so
that,
she
but I
couldn't-
wouldn't
she
doubt
couldn't
it at
move.
all. They
couldn't
have
just pull her
tried
out. It
every
was too
device
narrow.
they possibly could in order to...
Scary shit.
unfasten her.
can't
She was
imagine what her
wedged
mother must have been going
into
through.
the opening of the rescue shaft, where that rescue shaft entered into the chamber where she had been for so long. When she was wedged in there, I think there was so much consternation among these people that they were willing to try about anything. And I would think that some sort of lubrication would be a very logical thing to do.
They got these like oil rig workers who know those types of pipes.
A lot of activity.
You know.
A lot of tension on people.
Over the past 48 hours. First of all, is it 48 hours? How long has she actually been down that well? And how did she get there in the first place? Do we know that?
On all of the
well,
networks.
It was 10:30 on Wednesday morning, and the details are still a little bit sketchy. Her mother runs a small child daycare. She had about between 5 to 10 children that she was looking after. She said to go to answer the phone, and when she came back, Jessica was down at the bottom of the hole. It was shortly after that they dropped microphones down and were able to hear the very first cries, and they thought that she was going to be brought out soon. I remember following this story the day after, and we were told continually, the next few hours. Well, as you know, those hours have just gone on and on, because when they drilled, they found the hardest darn rock I guess you could ever find. And hearing the child cry while you're drilling for 2 days, more than 2 days, is just absolute agony. And the young parents would come out and they'd call down the hole, and Jessica would respond and sometimes say, "Mommy." Sometimes she had some moments where she was feeling okay. She even sang nursery rhymes once. The past hours have been mostly crying.
That's a year and a half.
And the overwhelming thing about this is she has had absolutely no nutrition throughout all this time. No food, no water, because they simply couldn't see enough of her to get anything to her.
And yet, you told me that someone got close enough to her a few hours ago to be able to tickle her, which is actually really not to tickle her, but just to see if the legs were still receiving nerve impulses. Would they not have been able to give her a little something to drink or something to eat? Was there also a health concern perhaps that she had some internal bleeding?
Yeah, well, the concern is that if she needs...
Just pause for 1 second. So the pipe itself was 8 inches in diameter and 22 feet deep. So for those that would prefer that in metric, that's about 20 centimeters in diameter and 7 meters deep below the ground.
Any surgery, and she is going to be taken to the city hospital immediately from here. There's an ambulance waiting. If she needs any surgery, someone about to have surgery should not have any liquids or food in their stomach, and that's what the doctors have been telling us, in addition to the fact that they couldn't get any nourishment to her if they were very close to rescuing her, and they've thought that they were close all day long. When they're close, they didn't want to put anything in her stomach should she need more.
The big air hose, they want to put the air hose back into the
another network
shaft here. We thought when they first started moving, we saw something come out of the hole, but apparently it was connected with the air hose and not little Jessica.
God,
Well,
I haven't watched this footage in ages.
Incredibly small in terms of diameter of the pipe. She eventually wound up 22 feet below ground. This pipe had been in the ground for a very long time, only 8 inches across, grown up with bamboo shoots and grass, and she just toddled over to it and just fell into it, and she couldn't even gotten down through the pipe if it hadn't been for the accident that her hands went immediately above her head, and that narrowed her body enough that she just fell right down that chute. And it's been an incredibly difficult, excruciating job of trying to cut through very hard solid rock with all kinds of bits and drill bits, and this water knife that was used today to get a relief hole dug off to the side and get in without letting the little girl slip any deeper down into the pipe, and also to make sure that there was no movement of the pipe in which she was trapped. How her foot, one foot, got caught in a crevice down there is not yet clear, but that's what's prevented them from getting her out once they got the relief hole completed to the side. And they've spent a lot of hours lately trying to very carefully widen that hole. They've apparently done so. They sent a paramedic down. Then a few minutes ago, there were indications that they were very slowly, very carefully going to be in the process of bringing her up to the surface. And that's where we stand right now.
It's Ted Koppel speaking
Bruce,
right now. Very famous
how long this main cable going down the
newsman.
whole operation will take. That is the main cable they've been using
he used to host
during the day.
48 hours,
pallet,
if I'm not mistaken.
With the paramedic down there, and the idea of that pallet is to put the little girl on the pallet and then
that was a great
pull
show,
her out
investigative journalism.
on that pallet with this main cable.
That is the way they've been bringing everyone up from this large shaft, and we don't know yet whether the next person coming up is going to be one of the rescue personnel or the medical doctors, or whether they're going to bring her
and make
up
sure there's
first.
no holes for her own girl to fall into, I'm sure.
See some movement momentarily here in regard to this large crane, and see something coming out of the hole. I'm looking for the mother and father, who we've seen a number of times around here today. They're hidden from view at the moment, because it was a tremendous disappointment to them earlier today when they thought little Jessica was going to be brought out, and they were standing around in such a state of anticipation as any parent would be for an 18-month-old toddler who has been trapped in this well. But at the moment, they have retired to the sideline. They're not over by the ambulance where they were earlier, and we think that they're going to try to stay out of view until they know for certain, know absolutely, that this time that they're going to bring up the little girl. So they will wait until they know.
For our viewers, the men in green are physicians. Those doctors are right at the top of the hole, as Bruce has pointed out.
You definitely see the difference recording
like
SP makes, eh?
The
looks
toddler,
better,
the
sounds way better.
Jessica McClure will be coming up soon. The ambulance is standing by to take her to a hospital, which is only 5 minutes away.
I've always been a nut for stuff like that, so
it's worth reminding ourselves that an 18-month-old child, while the child can understand some things and speaks a little, that it's been practically impossible to communicate with her in any meaningful way other than to try to reassure her, as these long 58 hours now have gone by. That she has been consistently described as remarkably in good spirits while she's been down there, except especially during the time when the jackhammers would start. The jackhammers that were used for a while to try to knock through the rock to dig the relief hole clearly and understandably frightened her, and those were the
periods so loud. I mean,
in which the child was described as screaming, and at one point the physicians advised them to stop using the jackhammers until little Jessica McClure could settle down a bit. But they haven't used the jackhammers in some hours, and one of the paramedics who went down some time ago and actually touched the
that old Coke can? Yeah, it is.
The girl said, and I quote, "She seems to be pretty alert. Looks like her upper body is functioning." And the paramedic, when he came back up, said that as best he could determine that the child was all right. They are, of course, concerned about the fact that her foot was wedged in that crevice for such a long period of time.
And they have doctors now standing by in the emergency room at Midland Memorial Hospital, as you said, just a few minutes away from here, because she will immediately be taken to the hospital and checked thoroughly. They expect that she may have suffered some difficulties from being under there, particularly to things like hearing. They think from the use of the jackhammer that she may have problems.
I think I settled on this one because it had the best commentators.
This child at the moment is believed to have on only a pair of diapers.
I mean, you can't beat Ted Koppel, really.
With the extreme changes we've had in the temperatures and the weather,
he was the
quite
real
warm
deal
during the day, quite chilly in the evening. She probably has suffered quite a bit from the weather. Even though the physicians are, every one of them has been down there, say it is still quite remarkable what this girl has gone through and how well she is reacting. It is hard sometimes to have a very extensive discussion with an 18-month-old, but they say from their standpoint that it is very remarkable the condition that she is in, and they're very encouraged. But she is expected, when she comes out, to spend several days at the hospital while she is thoroughly checked.
And her cries and breathing have been monitored with a microphone practically throughout the ordeal. They've had a microphone down so they could listen to her cries and her breathing. And at one point, the doctors at the scene emphasized they took what crying there had been out of Jessica as a good sign, because it meant to them it was reassurance that the child was breathing and breathing well. Clearly, the child could not cry very much if she were not breathing and breathing well.
Yeah, it really is, eh?
This is CBS News live coverage of the scene from Midland, Texas. Dan Rather with Bruce Hall.
Yes, this is all stuff I've never shown before,
with
so
the doctors,
enjoy.
the men in green that you see there in your picture, continued to eagerly and anxiously await the next development, which we believe, hope and pray, will be Jessica McClure coming up and out of ground. This story is receiving tremendous worldwide play in newspapers and radio and television stations, Bruce. Hong Kong, both English and Chinese language stations are carrying reports on the girl. The South China, Mainland China Morning Post, an English language newspaper, ran a story that covered almost a quarter of a page, we're told. Now, the South China Morning Post is out of Hong Kong, not out of Mainland China, but the story is being covered by newspapers on Mainland China. The story has received display in newspapers in West Germany, the Netherlands, throughout Brazil. It's a story that has caught people's attention, taken people's interest, not only in this country, but also abroad. We had some visitors from the Soviet Union in our studio earlier. Yes, Bruce?
Dan, it looks like they're getting ready to bring something up from the hole. I can't tell. They're tightening the slack on the cable, and people are moving in very close to the hole. Two doctors are right on the edge.
A little bit.
As they tighten the slack a little bit. A moment ago, you could see what appeared to be smiles on a couple of the people there. One person held a thumbs up, but we have no idea whether that was a signal to the man on the crane or whether he was giving some other signal. There are about 4, 5, 6 people right over the rim of the shaft, leaning over so that you can barely see their heads now. They're peering right down into the shaft. The cable itself is relatively tight. It has been lifted several feet, and then they stopped at this time.
Bruce, the man in the orange hat, what's called in Texas a gimme cap, that orange cap right in the middle, is controlling the cable operations. He's controlling it somewhat with hand movements.
A baseball
and
cap?
The orange and white cap with the white mule gloves on.
Yes, I can see him now. You have a different view than I have a little bit there, and I see him, and he is, as you said, giving instructions to the crane operator, as they were going to be very, very careful about this. This is still a very dangerous procedure.
You can find that Geraldo special on YouTube, actually, straight off the broadcast tape. Quite nice quality.
It is a time they want to be very careful with it. They do not want anything to go wrong here because it's been an exhausting 58 hours, and they want to make certain that
a hilarious
when they bring her up,
failure.
She is all right, and there's no difficulties here. Here she comes. There's clapping.
Oh my God, there she is. There it is. Wow. Aww.
Live and direct from Midland, Texas, Jessica McClure is up.
Not a
She's
dry
alive.
eye in the house.
What a fighter.
Wow.
Dan, we can barely see her from here, but they're holding her up. They are
really a feel-good moment from history.
So excited, right around there. People are clapping. It's just a tremendous sense of excitement and relief.
Has a wonderful close-up of Jessica. She looks obviously kind of uncomfortable because her arm is literally strapped with bandages to her face. But she is also clearly alive and apparently well.
Straight to the hospital. Round of applause, everybody. Round of applause. Ow! Got a blister on my hand.
Ted, she just walked within about 3 feet of me. It does look like one badly bruised girl. Let's just hope she can make it. She had some very rough scars, some very rough bruises, but I guess that's what you'd expect from being in the bottom of a 20-foot well for 2.5 days.
Man.
Well, Mike, we are seeing some obviously very relieved and very gratified rescue workers, friends, neighbors,
Especially
policemen,
it's hard now being a parent.
health workers. The important thing is that little girl is out of the well. She is in the ambulance. I assume that ambulance has already left, that the parents are with them.
They are.
This is one of those very rare times when we are able to focus on a story that has captivated the nation and say there has indeed been a happy ending. We will continue to keep you up to date on this story. Big cheers now for one of the rescue workers who was down at the bottom of that shaft, who obviously enabled them to pull Jessica out of the hole. A lot of congratulations to go around, a lot of thanks to be given, and we will, of course, keep you up to date on this story as soon as we hear more about Jessica McClure's condition, and should we hear anything from members of the family or those who were involved in the rescue attempt. It is a happy ending to a very long, arduous, difficult story.
Yeah, this is like the
and
17th.
What more can we say? For my colleague, Mike Von Friend, in Midland, Texas, I'm Ted Koppel. We'll see you later in the evening.
Catch you later, Ted. Yeah, Ted Koppel was the real deal.
One day after he became the youngest person ever to receive a heart transplant.
Oh.
Without it, baby Paul would have died.
Baby
now
Paul,
he has a chance.
yeah.
It was to give their baby that chance that his parents left their home in British Columbia and went to a hospital in California for his birth and for his new heart. Keith Bogue reports.
This is the other story.
Baby
So
Paul
it was
was
like
on the operating
the year
table
of
for more than
babies in
5 hours
peril.
yesterday, the very first day of his life.
And Star
No
Trek The Next
baby has ever
Generation.
had a heart transplant immediately after birth, but it's now clear baby Paul needed the
Immediately
operation that
after
quickly.
birth. Oh, my God.
Doctors say he began to die almost as soon as he took his first breath.
This is the best of all worlds. This baby born across the street probably wouldn't be alive right now. But having been born in a very controlled, immediate setting with a donor on hand and into the operating room, and kapow, there it is.
Bailey is cautiously optimistic. He says there's a chance baby Paul will suffer no complications because the transplant was done so quickly. The donor heart was out of the body less than an hour and a half. It took only 15 minutes to sew into baby Paul.
One baby
now
died
has to last a lifetime.
and gave the heart to the other
The story
baby.
began
Wow.
months ago at Vancouver's Grace Hospital. Doctors there discovered through ultrasound that baby Paul had hypoplastic left heart syndrome, a fatal heart defect. They knew he'd need a transplant at birth. Coincidentally, in Orillia, Ontario, another mother had already discovered the fetus she was carrying had no brain. But she went ahead with the pregnancy anyway for donor purposes. That's where baby Paul got his new heart.
Wow.
Baby Paul is now one of a number of infants at Loma Linda Hospital
Life is
who have
just
had heart
crazy
transplants in the
sometimes,
first year
eh?
of life. Most are doing well. The first, baby Moses, will soon be 2 years old. But not all the hospital's transplant innovations have been so successful. In 1984, Dr. Bailey transplanted the heart of a baboon into a 12-day-old girl known as Baby Faye. But Baby Faye died after just 20 days.
For this baby and for this family.
Talking to reporters, Bailey took note of the strong Canadian connection in the Baby Paul case.
Everybody else involved is Canadian. My associate's Canadian, Dr. Sakala, whom you saw earlier,
So
is
baby
Canadian.
Paul,
The family's Canadian.
Paul
the baby's
Hoke,
Canadian.
is now...
No, the baby is an American, right?
37. He will turn 38 this year. He's
The latest
alive and
report
well
on baby Paul
and
is that he
married.
is awakening and moving about. There's been no
Way to
deterioration
go,
in his
Paul.
condition since the operation. And though he's still on the critical list, the hospital says he is recovering as expected. Keith Bogue, CBC News, Los Angeles.
Doctors in Midland, Texas are still hoping they won't have to amputate Jessica McClure's right foot. They operated on it today to bring down the swelling. And while the 18-month-old child begins to recover, people from all across the United States want to help her forget the 2.5 days she spent trapped in an abandoned well. Dan Molina of NBC News reports.
Reba McClure was a picture of joy as she unwrapped a present bound to delight her daughter Jessica.
Oh, God, this sucker's heavy.
While Jessica is now stable, her right foot was damaged badly when she fell into the well, and it may have to be amputated.
We still will not be able to tell for a number of days and possibly a week whether we're going to be able to salvage this foot.
There's also serious skin damage on her forehead. The treatment for that?
Slowly inflate the normal skin on each side over a few days and then pull the normal skin over to replace the skin that's dead.
I'm just glad that she is safe. I am so happy that we've got her back. The whole world has her back.
As darkness began to fall yesterday evening, Jessica was slowly, carefully being squeezed from the well where she had been for 2.5 days into a rescue tunnel. Before long, it was clear that this epic ordeal, this labor of the heart, was coming to an end. Watch her touch Steve Forbes, the man carrying her.
Smack.
They did it. The policemen, firemen, oil field workers of Midland had set themselves to the task, and this triumph belonged to them. The gifts from so many who are anxious to share the happiness of Jessica's rescue are piling up at Midland Memorial Hospital. And Jessica...
Wow.
She said, Mama, that she wants her bottle. And she said, Pooh, Winnie the Pooh.
She's a fighter, her spirit held on, and she's safe.
There you go.
Dan Molina, NBC News, Midland, Texas.
Got a call in person today from Vice President George Bush. 18-month-old Jessica lives in Bush's hometown of Midland, Texas. Midland residents today gave thanks for Jessica's survival.
Before the first
sitting
Bush
up today,
administration.
she is eating and talking.
Continued to
Reagan
do well today.
is president
it was
at
the
this
third
point, by the
day
way.
of life for baby Paul, who received a new heart early on Saturday.
The president,
his parents
who
visited
most people
with him
say
for long
started the
periods,
ball
and he
rolling
moved
for
all
the
of his
absolute
extremities,
mess we're
according
in
to
now.
hospital staff in California. The baby, who is from British Columbia, is still in an incubator and a respirator. American First Lady Nancy Reagan continued to recover today following a mastectomy yesterday. Her doctors say the procedure removed all traces of cancer and that Mrs. Reagan's prognosis is excellent. Mary Tillotson reports.
Even before he left the White House this morning, President Reagan had gotten the word from Mrs. Reagan's doctors that she was recovering from her breast cancer surgery ahead of schedule. The good news showed on Mr. Reagan's face.
I got a date with a girl out of Bethesda.
The president spent 6 hours with Mrs. Reagan at Bethesda, and during that time, there was even better news. The final lab analysis of breast tissue and lymph nodes removed during Mrs. Reagan's surgery confirmed there is no further malignancy, no indication the disease may have spread. A statement put out by White House physician John Hutton said no further treatment is expected other than normal routine examinations. Mrs. Reagan's prognosis for a full recovery is excellent. Her hospital stay at Bethesda is now expected to last between 5 and 7 days.
They think she's ahead of schedule.
An X-ray technique called mammography is one reason for the early detection and excellent prognosis in Mrs. Reagan's case. Through her spokeswoman, Elaine Crispin, Mrs. Reagan said she hopes her experience will encourage other people to have similarly early and regular examinations. Mary Tillotson, CNN, at Bethesda Naval Hospital.
Yeah, health is important.
The National.
The National. Want to see what Canadian news is like?
It's
This is one of the big
Monday.
ones.
There's never been a day like this one on the
CBC.
stock market. Panic selling around the world has shattered records.
There you
Even
go.
the record set in the Wall Street crash of 1929.
This is when Reagan
On Friday,
tanked the
New York
economy.
Exchange dropped more than 100 points for the first time. Today, the plunge was 5 times that. By the time they stopped counting,
500 points?
it had fallen 508.32 points.
My God.
Today's final New York figure won't be known until tomorrow. And the Toronto 300 Composite Index closed with a record drop of 407.20 points.
Wow.
All this affects more than just the people in the stock market. It affects everybody. We have a report from our business specialist, Der Hoi Yen.
No one has seen anything like it before. Fear, pandemonium, and incredible force wreaking havoc in financial markets throughout the world. The market day began in Asia.
Thanks,
the
Jacob.
Tokyo Stock
It's
Exchange
'cause I
saw
had the
sixth
foresight
largest
to
drop.
record everything
Hong Kong
in
and
SP
Sydney,
mode
their
back in
worst
the
drop
day.
ever. The London Stock Exchange
And then
plunged
when I
13%.
capture it, I time-base correct the signal.
The Paris Bourse 15%. Everywhere there were concerns about rising interest rates, rising inflation, the weak U.S. dollar, and the potential for a recession.
It's the old adage, when the States coughs, the rest of the world catches a cold.
It's down 193 now, volume 333 million.
I feel like
By the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange, the Dow
More
Jones
things
Industrial
change, the more
Average
they
had
stay the
plunged a
same,
record
eh?
508 points, wiping out all of this year's gains and more, for
my
a one-day
God.
loss of 22.6%, far surpassing the 12.8% drop on October 28, 1929, the day some say heralded in the Great Depression.
Wow.
Yeah, give me a little water and a couple of aspirin. I feel like I could use it.
My old computer.
Toronto also saw a record loss today, plunging 407 points. Everyone seemed to be selling, big investors, small investors, pension and mutual funds, and it was the same story right across the country.
One word, plummet.
Panic selling.
Panic selling, that's all it is.
This is like something for the history books.
While some experts say there's no need for concern, Ian McAvity, one of Canada's leading market analysts, is pessimistic.
I think that this break, as far as I'm concerned, this break is confirming that the American economy will be in recession within the next 6 to 9 months. By the middle of next year, the economy is going to roll over. Again, that's because the entire recovery has been fueled by debt. Debt's been going like that, and I think you're going to see it change direction abruptly.
Market watchers are now waiting to see what will happen in Tokyo overnight. If the crash continues, there could be another financial beating on North American markets tomorrow. But most analysts expect the panic will subside soon and stock prices will improve, at least temporarily. However, they also agree the bull market that has lasted for the past 5 years is now over. Yin, CBC News, Toronto.
Thanks, Reagan.
Well, the first figures are in from Tuesday morning trading in Tokyo.
And
the stock market there lost as much in the first hour as it did all day Monday. And in Hong Kong, they've suspended trading for the rest of the week.
Worldwide losses were estimated at $1.71 trillion
whether we invest in stocks
in
or not.
1987.
Pension funds invest heavily in stocks. So do banks and other financial institutions. A severe setback can determine whether some businesses survive, and that affects employment. The crash of 1929 plunged us into a depression, but experts say that won't happen this time. Dan Bjarnason explains.
It may look similar, those grainy, frantic pictures from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange a half-century ago, and the frenzy of the action today, the headlines then from the brink of disaster,
now.
And again today, a sense at least of deep foreboding. The Great Depression of the 30s conjures up even now desperate images still etched in our historic memory. The soup kitchens, the army of unemployed in a vain hunt for jobs anywhere, the continent-wide drought that came in the wake of the economic collapse. But how relevant are these images today? Say the experts, not very. If we're looking at a replay of the Black Friday of 1929, where are all those stockbrokers who, according to tradition, should be lining up there on their office ledges? The government's telling us to cool down.
Looking at over the
I should post look at Wikipedia articles here about some of these big events.
Normally
if you guys want to check it out.
Recession, so that
the more you know,
I think we have a sound economy.
Experts agree. Parallels with the 30s, they say, are erroneous.
We're seeing a replay of the
there's an
stock
article
market
about
crash
Black Monday
of October
and sort of the fallout that
1929,
resulted from it.
This does not have to lead to the kind of depression that we experienced during the 1930s.
Governments today simply wouldn't allow economic forces on their own to run events. The state would intervene, say many economists, to cut personal and corporate taxes to encourage investment levels. But what if economic disasters, like a ghost from the past, were lurking out there somewhere? What would ring the alarm bells? What should we be looking for?
If we don't experience any increase in the unemployment rate, if just as many Canadians keep working as before and we keep on producing just as much as before, then all that's happened is that the paper value of some people's assets have gone down.
The government's problem is not to create a panic by taking drastic action and yet at the same time not appearing to be indifferent. If this wasn't exactly a Black Monday, tomorrow certainly should be an edgy Tuesday. Dan Bjarnason, CBC News, Toronto.
There'll be more on today's market plunge on the Journal. Heavy shelling by U.S. warships has destroyed an Iranian oil platform in the Persian Gulf. U.S. forces also destroyed military equipment on a second oil platform.
2 years later,
the attacks are the retaliation promised by Ronald Reagan. Retaliation for Friday's Iranian missile attack on a U.S.-flagged tanker in Kuwait. The Americans say the matter is now closed. They won't take any further action unless Iran does. But Iran says today's attacks amount to full-scale war, and it promises to respond with what it calls a crushing blow. Joe Schlesinger reports.
All weekend, the pressure had been mounting on the White House to respond to Friday's missile attack on a U.S. flag tanker in the Persian Gulf. This morning, the Reagan administration did.
United States naval vessels at 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time today struck an Iranian military platform in international waters in the central Persian Gulf.
Look, a news briefing
This
that's
platform
actual
has been
facts and
used to assist
information. What a concept.
in a number of Iranian attacks against non-belligerent shipping.
The platform was an out-of-production oil rig about 90 kilometers from the Iranian coast.
This platform had been used to mount radar surveillance, to report on convoy movements, to launch small boat attacks against non-belligerent shipping in the central Gulf waters, and last week to fire at U.S. military helicopters.
A force of 4 U.S. destroyers gave the Iranians on the rig a 20-minute warning, and after they left, blasted the platform with 1,065 5-inch shells. Commandos then landed and destroyed what was left. Radar equipment on another platform 8 kilometers away was also destroyed. Wow. As far as the Americans are concerned, today's action was a minimal response necessary to maintain U.S. credibility. There were reports that Admiral William Crowe, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had recommended attacking Iranian bases from which the Silkworm missiles which hit the tanker Sea Isle City are presumed to have been launched. Congressional leaders backed the president.
I think the Ayatollah asked for it and he got it.
The Iranians responded angrily.
I think it's a full-fledged de facto war against my country, and as I said, we feel entitled to take the necessary actions at the appropriate time.
Reagan ridiculed the threat of war.
No, we're not going to have a war with Iran. They're not that stupid.
But his top military man is not so sure.
I would never pretend that this in itself will deter further Iranian responses.
The question now is not so much whether there will be Iranian retaliation, but on what scale. So far, the Americans and the Iranians have managed to limit their confrontation to relatively small actions. But both sides are so determined not to be seen to be backing down that it could easily turn into a tit-for-tat escalation. Joe Schlesinger, CBC News, Washington.
In Ottawa, the Minister for External Affairs, Joe Clark, says the American attack was justified. But he says Canada still would prefer that the Iran-Iraq war be settled peacefully. And he says there's still hope the UN Security Council can take steps to lessen violence in the 7-year war.
Here we are, 40 years later.
It's been another day of bloody fighting in northern Sri Lanka.
No,
Indian soldiers
Israel
say they broke through the Tamil rebel stronghold in the town of Jaffna. Each side says the other suffered heavy losses. Reports from the town say 700 civilians died in the battle. There are now 17,000 Indian troops on the island, brought over originally to keep the peace. The Tamil separatists are heavily outnumbered, but they've vowed to fight on. The Indians won't allow journalists into the actual combat zone, but the CBC's Asia correspondent Tom Kennedy is one of the few to reach the northern part of this war-torn island. He filed this report.
These are Tamil tigers. They were supposed to have been beaten into submission a week ago. These tigers are well armed and seem determined. Each carries a cyanide capsule and says he'll fight till death. But they admit the situation is desperate in Jaffna, especially for the civilians. This tiger military leader says more than 1,000 civilians have been killed, and that the Indian Army is covering up by claiming that those killed are actually enemy soldiers. He also says that Indian forces are raping and looting, but he adds that tigers are holding out and have killed 3 times as many Indian soldiers as admitted by the Indian military. The claims of both sides do conflict, but there is no doubt many civilians are dying. In a roadside house 130 kilometers south of Jaffna, this priest is in shock. He's just learned his sister and 2 relatives have died.
That my sister and my sister's son have been killed inside the house.
Where was this?
In Jaffna, Navatkuli.
And what happened?
They were killed inside the house. They were shot.
Shot by?
They say the peacekeeping force came and shot.
Even when the fighting ends, it's doubtful the misery of Sri Lanka will end too. The hatred between the Sinhalese majority and the Tamil minority is deep-rooted. Tens of thousands of Sinhalese are being forced to leave the eastern provinces because of terrorism, mostly by Tamil extremists. Here, a poignant image of the failure of the Indian peacekeeping force, supervising the retreat from homes it was supposed to protect. The immediate challenge, the Indian Army must defeat the Tigers. It should only be a question of time, but how much time is anyone's guess. The Indian Army has been saying for a week now it's only a matter of days. The Tigers say they can hold out for at least a month. Tom Kennedy, CBC News in northern Sri Lanka.
Japan will have a new prime minister at the end of the month, Noboru Takeshita. He was chosen today by the outgoing Prime Minister, Yasuhiro Nakasone. Takeshita is a former finance minister of Japan. As soon as he was picked to lead the country today, he said he would follow all of Nakasone's major policies. More than 100 people were killed today when 2 commuter trains collided in the Indonesian capital of Jakarta. 300 people were injured. The crash happened in the morning rush hour. Many of the dead were school children who'd been riding on the tops of passenger cars. Victims were crushed or cut to pieces by shrapnel and flying glass. Hospitals are packed with injured. Railway officials believe the crash was due to a signal fault. Canada Post says all was quiet today at mail sorting plants. Inside postal workers have been back at work since Saturday, but Canada Post says it'll be a few days yet before everything gets back to normal.
We got
it says when people realized the strike was over,
again.
they mailed so much, there's now a backlog to be cleared. For the second time in this academic year, it was back to school for more than 150,000 elementary students in Toronto. Teachers led the way back to class. More than 9,000 had been on strike since September 22nd. They wanted paid time to prepare classwork. They got some, but not all they wanted. School boards say the school year won't be extended to make up for the lost time. The Queen and Prince Philip braved bitterly cold weather on their visit to southern Saskatchewan today. Thousands of excited royal watchers gathered to greet the royal couple. For some, it was the experience of a lifetime. Jane Chalmers reports.
It's the Queen.
Another cold day, another warm welcome for the Queen and Prince Philip.
And the school. The day off. Yes.
A moment that becomes a piece of history in Kenora, Saskatchewan.
I talked to the Queen.
The town was built by people who immigrated from the Ukraine. Their traditional song talks about the beauty of the old country. Their gift to the royal couple is humble, an embroidered cloth called a ruchnik. Presented with salt and bread, it symbolizes love and good luck. In Reagan, just a few kilometers away, the same humble greeting mingled with deep emotions. 135 people live here, Doukhobors, who credit their new life in Canada to the Queen's great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria.
This village has been blessed.
She who was not amused.
Queen Victoria gave this land to 7,500 Doukhobors at the turn of the century. They were running from religious persecution in their homeland during the Russian Revolution. Here, British royalty are saviors. The story is passed from generation to generation.
Because she accepted us to this country, the Queen Victoria.
A song about Russia followed the royal couple as they left, an expression of gratitude given in the names of their parents and grandparents who never had a chance to say it themselves. Jane Chalmers, CBC News, Reagan, Saskatchewan.
I've seen the Mounties there.
Bernard Getz, the New York subway vigilante who shot and wounded 4 black teenagers, was sentenced today to 6 months in prison. Getz was acquitted of charges of attempted murder, but he was convicted of the illegal possession of an unlicensed gun. Getz again insisted that he shot the 4 teenagers only when they demanded money from him. The judge also fined Getz $5,000, ordered him to perform community service at a hospital, and directed him to have psychiatric treatment.
Wow.
Nowhere in North America is the impact of AIDS more apparent than in San Francisco. The city has long been home to a sizable homosexual community.
I just heard about it the other
day. The community
day.
has been devastated by the disease. More than 2,000 people, most of them homosexual men, have died of AIDS-related causes. As our social affairs correspondent Karen Webb reports, that's had a dramatic effect on the entire city.
And Scully. Hello.
It is barely 2 blocks long, known simply as the Castro, the heart of San Francisco's gay community. No street in the United States has changed the way this street has. Once a mecca for young men seeking and getting as much gay sex as they wanted, now it is not much different from any other neighborhood in North America. Except, of course, that most of the couples are still men. Jim Hicks came to the Castro 20 years ago. He's seen it all.
So a lot of us, although we were 30 years old, you know, we were having our adolescence then. And the community was. And you just grow out of that.
What forced the Castro to grow up fast was AIDS. AIDS has redrawn this street. Stores have closed because the owners died. Artists have become beggars. Only the very poor get Medicare. But although AIDS has taken away many of the people who lived here, others think it has made the gay community stronger, and in an organized and angry way, very political.
We must organize to save our lives. We're in a very unfortunate war where the enemy is the disease, and where there hasn't been nationwide support for dealing with the disease.
I think it took AIDS for us to understand how absolutely, totally we need each other.
Many here think people don't understand AIDS
was
because
when
it
there was
hasn't
still the
touched them
stigma
personally.
that AIDS was
Cleve
the
Jones started
gay
the Names
disease.
Project to change that by turning statistics into people. On every 3x6 quilt panel, the name of someone who died. They'll be sewn and tied together into a massive protest quilt and displayed to raise money.
I myself have been exposed to AIDS. I carry the AIDS antibodies within me, and I believe that my likelihood of survival is directly related to the federal government's response. So, of course, I must organize.
San Francisco is home to more than 50 groups dealing with AIDS. Some of them receive financial support from the city. It's spent more than $52 million on AIDS since the epidemic began. Far more than any other city. But most of the organizations exist because of private donations. In this city, no one worried about whether AIDS was a gay disease. It was just a disease.
San Francisco is peculiar in that there is a gay community in San Francisco. We are a family.
If they can just say it.
And they exist because men like Dave Lawson have made it their life's work to educate people about AIDS. He's a man with AIDS who trains counselors, many of whom now come from the straight, not the gay community. And he will speak to anyone, anywhere, about the disease that has turned his arms and legs purple with the lesions of Kaposi's sarcoma.
Up in Canada, wasn't there a man that was handicapped
with
who did a
AIDS.
marathon?
Like, is that
sort of the same thing?
The entirety of his being?
I mean, why did he get out and do it? You see, to bring attention to people that are handicapped. I do this to bring attention to people with AIDS.
You fear your own lack of sensitivity.
Exactly.
Lawson was diagnosed 3 years ago. His life's work is likely to be shorter than most. But it's because people like him have pushed AIDS education. AIDS has almost stopped its spread throughout San Francisco's gay community.
Not only have the people who have not as yet become infected decreased their high-risk sexual behaviors, but those who are infected have also decreased their high-risk behaviors, thereby decreasing the spread of the epidemic.
Researchers estimate at least 50% of the gay community here has been exposed to the AIDS virus. And that will mean at least 15 to 20,000 more cases within the next 5 years. Many people here say they do not know how they will cope, only that they will. Karen Webb, CBC News, San Francisco.
While this was Black Monday for many investors, that wasn't the case for a couple in Pennsylvania. Their investment showed them a fabulous multi-million-dollar profit. Donald Roomer and Linda Despot won a U.S. lottery jackpot of $46 million American. That's more than 65 million Canadian. She told reporters how she bought the winning ticket on the day she had a birthday.
They had one candle on the cake, and I blew it out, and I said, I guess everybody knows what I just wished, and everyone laughed, so.
The couple live together, but Wilmer isn't divorced from his wife, which leaves everyone wondering if she'll share in the wealth.
No, get out. Part of this winning?
I imagine so.
The couple gets nearly $2 million a year for the next quarter of a century.
Wow.
They say they'll do some traveling now. First stop, Hawaii.
Less taxes
and
if you get it.
That's the National for Monday, October 19th. For CBC News, I'm Knowlton Nash.
Damn.
We'll have regional news later. Now, the Journal.
That was a hell of an episode. Holy shit. The Journal.
The crash of '87, a stock market panic, frenzy on the floor, tension in the boardroom. Where's the bottom line? From Wall Street all the way to Tokyo, echoes of 1929. The Journal with Barbara Frum and Paul Griffin.
We have just come through.
Barbara Frum. I remember
Insert dad joke here.
Thanks, Scully. Look at that. We're getting there on that dono goal. Yeah, if you enjoy the content, guys, and you'd like me to do more, please consider dropping a few bucks in the pot. We're short on rent this month, unfortunately, due to annoying circumstances. So anything that you guys can throw in will be appreciated. All right. How long is this one? 30 minutes. Is this just going to be the same story?
One of the most dramatic days ever on the world's stock markets. The figures are staggering. Records in place since the financial crash of 1929. Today
I put everything in the playlist in chronological order, by the way. So we're seeing the story of the world.
In Canada alone, billions of dollars have been lost. In New York, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell over 500 points, the most ever. In Toronto, the stock index plunged more than 400 points.
I'm just going to step away for a short break, but I'll keep it running for you.
Investors have watched their stocks climb. Today, many had their gains wiped out in hours.
In New York, brokers were calling the spree everything from panic to bedlam to a bloodbath. But others are stressing that the market's been overinflated, in need of a major correction. The finance minister, Michael Wilson, is calling for calm, saying the Canadian real economy is fine, but the bond markets haven't been touched and the Canadian dollar is strong. For a sampling of the reaction on Bay Street, the Journal's Fred Langan went to a couple of watering holes in downtown Toronto where many brokers were recovering from their hectic day.
How are things down here in the land of diminishing net worth?
Everybody feels that there's a great deal of diminishing net worth and it's not finished yet.
What was it like being Did you expect this when you came to work this morning?
No, nobody expected it. There were bad markets overseas, but I don't think anyone expected a 25% drop.
What was it like when you were in trading or getting involved with trades? Did you have nervous clients on the phone?
Everybody's very concerned, obviously, wondering when the bottom will be and if this is the bottom or whether they should be selling immediately.
Have you seen a panic before? You're fairly young. You haven't seen a panic like this, have you?
When interest rates were 20%, people were close to panic, but nothing like today.
Do you think that the stock market was too panicky today?
I think too panicky was brought on by the fact of the computer trading. I think that rationale in previous years when we've had bear markets has been brought on by maybe some prophets who were prophesizing gloom and doom, but nevertheless rationale occurred. Now we have machines dictating to us, and I object to this strongly.
You think it's the fault of the big crash today?
I think it is, yes. I think we have them breeding upon it, rather like the Pac-Man. He has a big Pac-Man swallowing all the Pac-Man.
What was the reaction of a lot of your clients today and your reaction to this big drop in the market?
One of just absolute shock, just total shock. I've been bearish myself, and I've been in publication and print for it since third week in August. So I was expecting it, but I never expected anything like today. That's the 1929 crash.
So it's the same sort of...
No, the 29 crash on October 29th was 11% loss. Today's was 22%. So literally trillions of dollars were wiped out in the marketplace.
What was the biggest sob story you had today?
Well, we had sob stories on Friday. We had bigger sob stories, $3 million losses on like Friday.
One person lost $3 million?
Yes.
On this day when the Dow Jones registered a record drop, what was your day like?
Well, I had a good day because I'm a commodity broker and not a stockbroker, and to explain that.
So you were basically betting that the market was going to go down anyway?
Yes, I was.
So it was a successful day for you?
It was a successful day to me because I didn't believe in
successful
year that preceded this day where people were lined up to buy equities.
Are you looking forward to going to work tomorrow?
Smart.
Yes, I am. I'm not quite sure what to expect, but I'm looking forward to going to work tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to going to work. It was busy, but it's always fun when it's busy like that, even though you have to take the bad with the good.
What triggered the big sell-off? Was it worry about rising interest rates, the American deficit, uncertainty in the Middle East? For their views, we are joined in Toronto by two financial experts. Robert Bowes, chief economist at Midland Doherty, an investment
big 80s
firm.
glasses. Those are kind of back in style now, actually. I see a lot of people wearing big glasses now.
This thing is so huge, so shocking. Are you both still reeling? Did you lose a lot of money today?
Well, probably
that's why I never laugh at old fashions, because You
got to wait till all that
now,
ticker
but in
tape
5 years
gets
you're going to be
cooked all
wearing it.
night
So
to even find out how big your loss was.
You know, a lot of the hairstyles here, well, not this
portfolio
guy.
of $500 million, it takes a few hours to figure out what happened when the market declined.
But a lot of the
20%
hairstyles
in New York and 10% in Toronto.
We've been seeing.
And so your clients lost a lot of money today too.
They lost a lot of money. We were trying to position them properly in the markets to say that perhaps the market is overbought and there is a chance for a correction. However, you know, we didn't expect such a crash and such a panic, and I use the word panic with caution too, because you could get more of the same tomorrow. That's a possibility.
So I'm told that panic
CBC
is
News
even
is
an
still like
inappropriate
this,
word
by the
for
way.
today. That what we've seen
Canadian
is a free
news has
fall
always
that
been
hasn't
like
stopped
this.
falling
Very
yet.
like
As
straightforward,
people get
matter
this
of
news tonight,
fact, no
are they all gonna
nonsense.
rush
Tell
out
it like
tomorrow
it
and
is.
sell
Just
off
tell
some
you what
more?
happened
Where
that
does it
day.
end?
You know, no spin,
Well,
no
this is a
politics, no
world
bullshit.
market. And what will happen tomorrow depends to a
Seriously.
large degree what will
Use
happen tonight
use a
in
VPN.
Tokyo and what will happen tomorrow morning in
And a
London.
Canadian IP address.
And what does that mean? That
And
they're
watch
trying
the
to say,
Canadian news.
hey, there
You
must
see
be
what I
some
mean?
value to this stuff, and maybe we want to buy, or
Especially
maybe
if you're
we
in
want
America.
to keep selling
You have
because
no idea how
something's
much your
really
news is
wrong. I mean,
censored
are
down
we
there.
heading for something like a 29 crash?
We had today something worse than the 1929 October crash. It's
I love
no
this
longer
guy's
the question
voice.
whether we're heading there.
His
The
accent.
question whether we will follow the same consequences that the 1929 crash followed in 1930 and 35 and 36.
And what do you think?
I don't think so. I think there's been a tremendous overreaction in the markets. It's like a high school dance when people are waiting for couples to get on the floor. Finally, everybody moves in, and I think a lot of people were dancing this morning on the way down. I think
That's a nice analogy.
we have to look at the economic fundamentals and say that the economy is strong. Profits are still moving upwards.
I know, Greg Sharon,
so
I
that
appreciate that, dude.
supports
Thank you so
the
much.
equity markets.
I
But I
appreciate
guess
the
what
support.
people want to know, and Andrew
Every little
Sarah
bit helps,
touched
man.
on it, is nobody knows why the simple stock market crash of 29 triggered
goes right
all
back
these
into the
other
show.
forces that then brought the entire world to a grinding halt. Could that yet happen from this, or is there more protection nowadays, as we've always been told?
Well, this is the real question. The stock market is not a thermometer. The stock market is a barometer. It doesn't tell you where you are. It tells you where the mass psychology believes you will be a year from today, or 6 months from today, or 3 months from today. The question is confidence. And the world financial markets lost confidence in the ability of the US administration to cope with the problems that you started out in your questions: trade deficit, budget deficit, and various congressional trade issues which could trigger a worldwide recession.
Now, for those of you who came in a little later, if you're wondering who the president was at the time, it was Ronald Reagan, and his vice president was George W. Bush Sr. Or not George W. Bush, George Bush Sr.
And with the defeat of the Chief Justice Bork, the question of the
A lot of people blame the mess we're in
financial
today
community is,
on
can
what
the
was started back
administration
then by
prevent
Reagan
bad
and
things
Bush.
to happen in the Congress?
So it's
And the
interesting.
answer today was a resounding no.
Now, we've seen our finance
Going back
minister,
to
Michael
that.
Wilson, Mrs. Thatcher, President Reagan, all
That era.
made their way to national television in their respective countries to say, look, everybody, don't panic, the economy's basically strong. Is it or isn't it? I mean, could other things now get undone by this move today?
I think the economy is strong. I think it's proven by the employment gains in both Canada and the United States. I think that there has been a fear that interest
Hey,
rates will
I've
rise.
done this a couple of
especially
times,
with the U.S.
couple different ways.
administration, that they have to support the U.S. dollar. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that
Well, yeah, I figured
the
we'd try
Reagan
something a little different
administration
today,
has
just
the
for fun.
shop in order and is improving gradually as we go along. Trade is getting better. The budget deficit is getting better.
But my question is, and I guess, and I don't think I've heard the answer, do you take a step today which pushes you down and pushes you down and pushes you down, and whether the fundamentals are there or not, you've triggered a process that only goes one way down? I mean, you're talking about confidence. Presumably that confidence is decimated.
It is.
Who's going to buy a house now? Who's going to buy a car? Do those things now start to kick in?
Very much so. I am convinced that 3 months from today, the numbers will start to show that the U.S. is slipping into a recession. And 6 months from today, you are in a recession. I'm convinced that housing starts, which were running around $1,600,000 a year, will decline, and maybe it will be only $1 million units a year. I'm convinced that the consumer spending, which was to some degree predicated by the wealth what stock markets represented to the consumer, are dissipated. And today those wealths are 30% lower than they were 2 weeks ago. I don't believe the consumer is going to be there at the department store.
What about that point, Bob? Was that a lot of Canadians don't have money in the stock market?
Well, yeah,
and
it's not that it's dry, it's
in their
level-headed
and
direct.
They lost indirectly.
She's asking
I suppose
tough
they have lost
questions
indirectly.
and pushing them for those answers. You know, that's what you want.
There's still spending power out there. In
Something
Canada,
we
more so
really
than the
need
US.
today that
but we have
just
to
don't
consider
see
that there are
anymore.
other sectors of the economy that can continue this economic recovery that we've seen happen since the '81 recession. Investment spending is strong. Trade deficits are turning around in the
You
U.S.
got to understand what a big deal this was.
I don't see any possibility of recession, and I see because of that the
literally
investor
the biggest
can move
crash
back into the
since
stock
the Great
market
Depression.
at these low levels and anticipate another great return going into 1988.
How do you feel about this this Joe consumer issue? The man or woman who doesn't own a stock, is he hurt indirectly today?
Very much so.
How?
Because the pension fund, what he had owned,
But yeah, like there's I got a whole variety of stuff. Like this is about that. We watched the rescued baby Jessica from the well earlier.
Less because the market
we watched a little behind-the-scenes thing about Star Trek: The Next Generation. You can see that at the beginning of the stream.
Earnings and put it into the pension fund.
There's a whole variety of stuff.
Liabilities
so stick around.
Will be staggering as a result of the market decline. The real question in my mind is very simple: not whether we go into a recession, whether we will be able to get out of a recession in a short time, whether the recession will contribute to have lower interest rates, which will then allow starting new houses at a more reasonable rate, whether the recession will reduce the trade deficit by limiting imports, and thereby we can again strengthen somewhat the US dollar, and the process will start over again, and we come out of it without a major depression.
Why are you less pessimistic than that? Why don't you think that we could be into that kind of recession, even depression, he says?
Well, I think if you look at the momentum of the North American economy over the last year, even over the last half year, we've been very strong in Canada. The United States has been very strong, and that momentum has to carry through to the end of 1988. Another consideration, too, is that you have a presidential election in the United States, and you know that you don't get a recession, or you usually don't get a recession prior to an election. That's the type of thing we have to look for. So I see that, I still believe that the stock market panic fears is an overreaction. The fundamentals are there. The fundamentals say that the market has to return to better levels.
Let me ask you about the other fundamentals, the things that the big investors say they are worried about, like the American trade deficit, like its budgetary deficit, like its inability to solve its economic problems. I assume if there is a recession, it's going to be a lot harder to fix those fundamentals, not a lot easier.
You're absolutely right. But the problem is that the trade deficit is turning around. It's improving. The budget deficit in the U.S. is turning around. That's improved considerably since last year.
So what are they so worried about? I mean, why this couldn't have happened today because people aren't worried about something.
There has been a consideration of interest rates over the last week, as you suggested. U.S. Treasury Secretary.
It's like the other guy said, it's more about confidence, right? People lost confidence that day for some reason.
And that has an upward pressure on interest rates, and that's what the investors perceive. So I think that the investors that were in the market, that have been in the market for the last year, they've seen a 34% rate of return already. They see the market as being vulnerable. Why not pull it out now?
Bob Bose, all that panic today to get out of stocks and into cash, to buy what? What do people want to be doing instead right now?
Well, most people want to get into bonds, high-yielding bonds at the 10 to 12% level, because they feel that that's a safer investment than staying in the stock market.
Safer why? Why is that a good buy right now? What are they thinking?
If there is a recession, the likelihood is that interest rates will decline and the bond prices will go up.
I think means a commercial break is coming in.
People can buy treasury bills. 1 year government of Canada treasury bills are yielding 11%. It's a very good, safe
Normally on a
investment
CRT television, that would have been in the overscan area. You
But
wouldn't
why
have
didn't
seen
they
it.
do that in an orderly
But the
way? Why
monitors
did it
in
have to
the
be the
studio
stampede today?
wouldn't have that. They'd
It's
have
the
it shrunk
panic,
down so they could
the
see
fears that the market could go,
It's the
go down
TV
even
version of a
further.
cigarette burn.
And we still believe that there's going to be an uptick later on. Who knows when it's going to be in the stock market, but
Not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, I don't think.
Not tomorrow?
Definitely not tomorrow.
Gentlemen, I thank you both for coming in tonight.
My pleasure.
Barbara, it was a pleasure.
Today, the U.S.
Barbara
made good
great.
on its pledge to hit back at Iran. In a moment, we'll look at how Iran plans to respond.
It's not bad in this country. Yeah, I mean, how excited do you expect talking about the economy to be, right?
Iranians working on the Rostag oil platform in the Persian Gulf were given about 20 minutes warning today, and then 4 U.S. destroyers got to work.
Yeah, we just saw a
They
story
fired
about
1,000 rounds of 5-inch shells, creating a blaze on the platform that could be seen for miles.
It was the retaliation that the U.S. had been promising all weekend. On Friday, Iran had fired on a reflagged Kuwaiti tanker, injuring 18.
Oh, the U.S. getting into Iran's business
Persian
again.
Gulf, more and
Where have
more
we heard that
Americans
before?
are asking the question, is the U.S. getting drawn into another Vietnam? Will the escalation lead to war?
Henry Hyde is a longtime Republican congressman
More
who
things
sits on the
change,
House
the more
Foreign
they stay the
Affairs Committee.
same.
Congressman Hyde, you support presumably the policy. Why? What is the American objective that's being realized here?
Well, the American objective is in hoping and helping to wind down the Iranian-Iraqi war, protecting the free flow of navigation through one of the most important waterways in the world, and responding to the invitation of friendly Arab states, which are victims of the war in Iran and Iraq.
Now, Iran's trying to tell the United States there's a cost to your being there, too. They're promising many more hits. I think that the Iranian deputy foreign minister is quoted as saying they're going to make the remainder of Reagan's term in office the most bitter period in his political life.
I don't mean to minimize a dangerous situation, but I think they have much more to fear from us than we from them. And if they do continue, we're not going to get chased out of the Gulf. We're not going to create a vacuum that only the Soviet Union and the Revolutionary Guards can fill. That would be the worst scenario possible.
What do you say to those who believe that the Iran-Iraq war is an insoluble dispute and all the United States has allowed itself to do is to get drawn into a long-ranging fight there, something like the Vietnam intervention?
Well, there are other countries that are affected. There are the moderate Arab states, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan and the rest. And we, as a superpower, have certain role in the world that we have to fulfill. If we don't, we abandon those responsibilities to the Soviet Union. And I think the result of that would be catastrophic. So,
but I guess the critics would say all you've done is made the United States the target. You haven't solved the underlying problem.
Well, that requires international cooperation at the United Nations. We would only hope that the resolution would have some teeth in it that would impose an embargo on these countries and sharply decrease the weapons that they're getting and economically make it even more untenable to continue this war. The war has the potential of spreading. The war has the potential, if indeed Iran wins, of spreading the Shia fundamentalism throughout the area, and it is a very dangerous thing, and you can't just ignore it or turn away from it.
Presumably Washington doesn't want Iran to win. Is it sitting there to prevent it from winning?
We don't really want anybody to win. We want the war to stop. We don't think the war makes any sense at all for anybody. And we'd like the war to end. And the best way to end it is to escalate the cost to both sides.
Can I ask you finally if you're frustrated? Because presumably the American fleet could absolutely hammer Iran into the ground if it chose to open up its guns and its firepower. Presumably the big giant can't do that. Does that bother you? You get hit and you swat back.
Oh, I don't think it's a sign of weakness to swat back. I think we have shown ourselves capable of using force when necessary, but also patience and restraint is important too. At the first provocation, you don't drop a nuclear bomb. You do what you must do when you must do it in a measured, proportional way. And I think that's been done. I think the message has been received. And as I say, if the Iranians haven't learned the message, then a second lesson with a little more force behind it may be appropriate, but it's up to them.
Thanks for your view, Congressman. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It didn't take long today for Iranian officials to respond to the U.S. attack. President Ali Khamenei promised revenge, saying that Iran would deal the U.S. a crushing blow. For an analysis of the Iranian reaction in Geneva, Dr. Shahram Chubin, an Iranian expatriate who has written widely on the Persian Gulf. Dr. Chubin is the Director of Research at the Institute for International Studies. Dr. Chubin, are the Americans heading for serious military entanglement in the Gulf, do you think, or are the two sides just taking pot shots at each other like this?
Well, I think there's a very serious of escalation, but I don't think it would be deliberate on the part of the Iranians. They've been very careful to avoid confronting the United States directly. A confrontation with the United States in the Gulf could only lead to a weakening of the Iranian military position and therefore a loss of a capacity to win the war, if indeed they have it already.
But the action they took on Friday, for example, they must have known would invite retaliation.
Well, the action, I think, was a rather studied one. It was an attack in rather ambiguous circumstances, and it wasn't, in a sense, an unprovoked attack from the Iranian view. They were responding to two early attacks by the Americans.
Tell us how this all looks from the Iranian point of view. How frustrated are they by the American involvement here?
Well, I think the American involvement and the deployment of vessels into the Gulf by the European states has cornered Iran. Iran feels that it is now inhibited from retaliating to Iraqi air attacks on its oil facilities by attacks on third states in the Gulf. And as long as the Iraqi air attacks are stepped up and remain intense, I think the Iranians will feel very frustrated by their inability to respond because of the naval presence of these foreign powers.
So in the name of protecting the world's oil supply, the Americans have actually changed the balance in the war.
Well, there's no question that the incidents of attacks on shipping have gone up precipitously since the spring of this year, and that, I think, is attributable more to the presence of foreign forces than to any interest Iran has in expanding the war into the Gulf. For the Iranians, the expansion of the war to the Gulf is a diversion from their main aim, which is to continue the war to victory on the ground.
Is the American naval presence, in the name of protecting the world's oil supply, actually depriving Iran of the final victory that it was heading for?
Well, I think it has had a serious effect on Iran, together with the United Nations Security Council resolution, the first one, and the possibility of a mandatory one at the end of the month. I think that this is, as it were, tightening the noose around Iran. Iran feels cornered, it feels unable to respond, and it feels that it's going to be more and more difficult for it to obtain weapons on the international arms market, quite apart from governments.
So if the goal, or at least the stated American goal, is in fact to move along the peace process, are they in fact doing the right thing? Or if an Iran feeling cornered like that, will it respond the way it might?
Thanks for the gift sub there,
Well, I think
Jal.
that's a very good question, and I may be in a minority.
Thomas will appreciate that.
That believes that you will not be able to get peace from the Iranian regime if you corner them. I think you have to squeeze them, you have to apply pressure.
Nice
you have to
comment
show
from
them
Frosty
there's no
Jules
chance
there.
of victory. But if you corner them, I think they prefer an apocalyptical end to the war than one in which they are cornered and just roll over and play dead. I don't think this is in the tradition of this particular regime in Iran.
And do you think what's going on now is a squeezing or a cornering that would get that bad effect?
Well, I think that the rules of engagement and the operational necessities of deployment in the Gulf tend to lead to an open-ended involvement, which leads to confrontation rather than squeeze. I think the European states have a better idea about not confronting Iran, but applying pressure on many fronts at the same time.
We thank you so much, Dr. Chubin.
Thank you.
In a moment on the Journal Diary, it seems Michael Jackson has everyone dancing in Japan.
Michael Jackson, hey. Well, there's the copyright flag. Excellent.
The Journal Diary for October 19th.
Love these
Atomic
graphics.
Energy of Canada Limited has unveiled a new power source which it hopes will someday heat entire communities. It's a nuclear reactor called Slowpoke, a more powerful commercial version of a tiny research reactor developed in Canada in the mid-60s.
Interesting.
Potential buyers were among the guests at the official launching of a demonstrator model last week in Pinawa, Manitoba. The Slowpoke reactor fits into a large basement and can heat entire apartment buildings, factories, and shopping malls.
We could
And
have
although
had
it costs
nuclear-powered
$5 to $7
homes,
million,
folks.
advocates say operating
Crazy.
costs are stable and therefore cheaper than conventional heating methods in the long run.
Wow.
They think that will attract communities in areas like the Canadian North, where energy costs are especially high.
Yeah.
We're talking to a number of possible buyers, both in Canada and overseas. I'd like to see us get a sale in Canada within the next 12 months.
The commercial version of the Slowpoke reactor will produce up to 10,000 kilowatts of power, 500 times the amount produced by the original research model.
Because of the size of this reactor, it's not inherently safe. It's a little bit like scaling up a firecracker until you get a stick of dynamite and calling it a firecracker and letting kids play with it.
Critics like Reagan say in addition to concerns about maintenance and possible leakage, there's another problem: what to do with the nuclear waste
There you go,
Slowpoke
folks.
produces.
A little
the
Wikipedia
AECL
article
admits
about the
this hasn't been
Slowpoke
solved,
reactors.
but says the waste can be safely stored in its own
The
container
more you know.
until a dump site is found. Meanwhile, Slowpoke's developers will continue
Nuclear,
an
that is
aggressive
correct.
promotion campaign
Did he say
and
nuclear?
find potential customers as far away as Korea and Czechoslovakia.
Big Dundee from Australia.
Hey!
Actor
I
Paul
was just
Hogan
watching
is
the
back
Blu-ray
for
of that.
seconds from the Big Apple.
Oh, the first one, that
Crocodile
is.
Dundee 2 began shooting in New York last week with
Nice.
a $15 million budget. The 46-year-old
Whoa,
Hogan
tape drop
co-wrote
out.
the new movie with his son and describes it as a Rambo-type situation with a Dundee attitude.
Here we go.
For Soviet space heroes Yorosha and Dryoma, the
Oh my
press conference
God.
that followed last week's touchdown
When they were
was
hurtling
just
monkeys
another
into
opportunity
space.
to monkey around. Yorosha gained international notoriety when his in-flight antics threatened the Soviet space experiment. Since his return,
Smacking
however,
the
the
microphone.
official TASS news agency says Yorosha has become discipline incarnate. Remember the day when kids arrived at a party with stacks of 45s under their arms?
Totally.
Well, it seems those days are over. Last year, single sales were half of what they were in 1979.
Oh.
And while the recording industry scrambles to come up with a format for the single that will sell, the prognosis isn't very good.
They did cassette singles for a while, and then ultimately
The 45
CD singles.
RPM, the music of sock hops and rec room rumbles, the symbol of pop music in the 1950s. But in the 80s, the future of the 7-inch single
Oh,
is
look
pretty
at that. Wow.
We sell nostalgia singles, classic goldie oldie type singles, but current singles don't generate the same type of excitement as they did when I was a kid in the 60s.
In the United States, the story is the same.
I have a bunch
Single
of
sales
45s
last year were
somewhere.
down 22% from the previous year. And the recording industry is looking for a more popular alternative.
And since everybody is using cassettes because of the Walkman and because of their cars, we looked at
Speaking
the
of
cassette
which, I gotta
single
ask
as a
Cass about
possibility.
Mom's record collection, because I think she
cassette
still
single,
had all my
the modern-day
45s.
version of the 45. A marketing test of about 40
Yeah.
singles on cassette began last month at 1,000 American record stores. U.S. record producers are optimistic that
I
this
still have
new
a bunch of
format
cassette
will
singles.
recapture the singles market. But Jason Snyderman thinks the cassette single has too many problems.
And why bother buying a cassette single for $2.50, $3 when you can buy the album for $6.99 and have 10 tracks as opposed to 2 tracks?
Both
Yeah,
Canadian
that's fair.
and American record companies still hold out hope for the single in
An
cassette
album for
form to break
$6.99,
new
eh?
artists and peddle new music. But just about everyone in the industry agrees that for the black vinyl 45, it's the end of an era.
Really? You show the black guy when you say black vinyl? I noticed that.
It
I
looks
noticed
like
that.
nothing else on the road today.
Ah, it's
but
so
one
cool.
day, maybe you'll drive a car based on its technology. It's a solar-powered vehicle a GM calls the Sun Racer. Borrowing from techniques used in satellite production, it features a new kind of solar cell different from the common silicone type.
Huh.
It gives us more power. On the disadvantage side, it tends to be heavier.
Even so, the Sunracer is lightweight, only 27 kilograms, and extremely aerodynamic.
Holy
Starting
moly,
November
another
1st, the Sunracer will compete against
so much,
2
JL.
dozen other cars in the longest solar race ever held in the world, 3,100 kilometers from the top to the bottom of Australia. When Michael Jackson toured Japan recently, Michael-mania broke out everywhere he went. In fact, Michael Jackson could stop traffic just about anywhere. Food for thought for at least one Japanese policeman. They couldn't get enough of him. Japanese fans paid scalpers up to $700 a ticket to catch the superstar's show.
In 1987, wow.
But Jackson isn't the only one who's bad. Senshiro Hatayama, an Osaka traffic cop, has got so many moves, he's drawing crowds of his own.
That'd be over $1,280
drivers to pay closer attention. And tempers certainly don't flare when motorists get stuck in his intersection.
$1,980 today, an increase of $1,200.
This is one traffic cop who's so bad, he's good.
Who's bad? The dancing traffic cop.
And that's the Journal Diary.
That was awesome. That was such a time capsule.
In
Holy
the days
shit.
to come on the Journal, this story on the controversy over infertility treatments.
I'm Anne McMillan in Bristol, England, at the home of Leslie and John Brown, who made medical history 9 years ago when they produced the world's first test tube baby.
Oh, wow.
Conceived by in vitro fertilization,
These
Louise is a medical miracle.
It's crazy.
But the hopes her birth gave to infertile couples have not been realized. In Britain, infertility treatment is booming. It's expensive, it's painful, more often than not,
I mean, this is all pretty commonplace now.
Statistics show that the majority of women attending infertility clinics will not conceive no matter what treatment they have.
As more and more women are being offered infertility treatment, some doctors are beginning to have serious doubts about the test tube revolution. That's infertility treatment, a doctor's dilemma, coming soon on the Journal.
And this has been the Journal. Please stay tuned now for regional news, weather, and sports. I'm Barbara Frum.
I'm Paul Griffin. Good night.
Good night, Barbara and Paul. Damn. That was some quality journalism. You just don't see that anymore. Man.
Portions of War of the Worlds
here we go.
Disturbing to young or sensitive viewers.
Original trailer for the War of the Worlds TV series, which debuted in 1987.
In 1953, young Harrison Blackwood experienced the most shattering event of his life. Tonight, he's about to experience that event again.
What would you say if I told you that Earth was being invaded
Jared
by aliens
Martin.
from another planet?
Now, after 30 years in captivity, alien creatures begin a new invasion, stealing human bodies for a new War of the Worlds.
These bodies protect us from detection.
Until we know more, we must use the resources available to us.
Our mission will succeed. You will live life immortal. One by one, hundreds of alien creatures come alive, each to attack and inhabit its
I
own
love this
human
show.
host.
A U.S. Army installation has been compromised.
Richard Chavez. You might know from Predator.
Explanations, not excuses.
The original Predator.
These things tried to take over the world. They're completely ruthless, with absolutely no sense of mercy.
An elite counterforce has been handpicked. Their assignment, fight back. Their top secret mission, known only to the highest government officials.
I'm a respected astrophysicist. I'm not some kook spouting UFO stories. Oh, I don't mean to suggest otherwise.
John Vernon.
Starring Jared Martin as Dr. Harrison Blackwood. Linda Mason Green as microbiologist Susan McCullough. Philip Aiken as computer expert Norton Drake. And Richard Chavez as
He did
Lieutenant
the
Colonel
voice
Paul
of Bishop
Ironhorse.
on the X-Men Iron, or the X-Men Ironhorse, the X-Men animated
Bacteria
series.
forced the aliens into a state of hibernation.
I do have this, yes.
Although the bacteria stopped the aliens, I don't think it killed them. But now something has happened to wake the aliens up.
The aliens are back for a new War of the Worlds.
Portions of War of the Worlds may be disturbing to young or sensitive viewers. Discretion is advised.
It was so gory. It came out the same, the year before Freddy's Nightmares, actually. which was also really gory. Kind of broke the mold for graphic violence on television, and as a sci-fi horror series too, like even better.
While you're awake, which is totally terrifying. Dr. Moore, do unborn babies dream?
Is that why you're here? To see if your baby's having nightmares?
This is what we get for having writers that are reading the science section of Time magazine.
Nightmare on Elm Street has a mythology. It's a very gothic sort of horror, like Dracula or Frankenstein.
I think that Nightmare 5 is what will be the most graphic in terms of design of all the Nightmare films. If I had to describe it, I would call it a sort of a hallucinatory Freddy meets Rosemary's Baby. It uses the mythology originally established by Wes Craven and then aided and abetted by the following sequels. The group of kids, the recurring images, the Elm Street house, what it takes to resurrect Freddy in the night of 100 maniacs.
Father's Day, I sent a card to 100 maniacs.
Makeup artist David Miller dreamt up Freddy's distorted features.
The inspiration for the makeup was sort of a pepperoni pizza, kind of burned beyond recognition. The most challenging thing for me on this film is a Freddy baby. This is a mock-up just for paint tests, and this is basically what he's going to look like. He'll be able to squint and blink, his lips will pull back, revealing little Freddy baby teeth. During part one, I was staying up very late at night to finish off the last week of shooting. And I was getting 1 hour of sleep a night, and I would hallucinate and dream that he was pushing through the wall, pushing his face through the wall. I would see that in my bedroom.
Everyone said that when you start doing these movies that you'd have dreams about Freddy Krueger, and I never thought that I would, but I did. I was in this house, and I don't know what house it was, but my mother was there and Freddy Krueger was there. There were all these closet doors, and every time I opened up a door, I would hear my mother asking me for help, but when I turned the door, I didn't know if it was going to be her or Freddy Krueger.
I only had one Freddy dream on Nightmare 3. I dreamt that I was on a bus, riding along, and all of a sudden, everybody on the bus started to turn into Freddy. And like in the Nightmare series, where if you don't wake yourself up, you die, I woke myself up really quick.
Freddy Krueger is a popular dude. He's funny, but he scares you at the same time. I mean, I had a dream about Freddy Krueger. Even before they offered me the part, the next morning I woke up, I told my roommate, I said, man, I'm dreaming about this. Maybe I'll get this part.
Even Robert Englund dreams of Freddy Krueger.
It was the hour of the wolf that time, just before dawn, and I'd been asleep on my cot. And as I sat up, I looked, and there, in the makeup mirror, I saw this old, withered, burned scar tissue. I'd forgotten that I was wearing the makeup, and I was very, very frightened by that.
There's always been the ambiguity as to about whether or not you're dreaming or you're awake. This fine line which divides, the dream world and the real world.
Producer Rupert Harvey has been responsible for such hits as The Blob and New Line Cinema's inventive Critters.
Creating a nightmare is a nightmare because, on the one hand, anything can happen in a dream, and the scale and the range of nightmares and dreams are usually huge. You don't usually have little claustrophobic dreams in a small room.
I actually got sick on the movie at one point, and I had these fever dreams one night where I thought the stuff I'd shot the day before should have all been shot on the back of a lorry. Robert should have been in drag, and why didn't I do it? Kind of those kind of dreams.
Nightmare on Elm Street 5 is Steve Hopkins' second major movie, after directing music videos with such superstars as Duran Duran, Billy Idol, and Mick Jagger.
Well, my style, I guess, is evolved from two different sources. One is a style of German expressionism, and the other style would be comic books. I used to draw comics in England. I have a huge collection of like 20,000 of them. And nowadays, there's a lot of comic fans now they've become a lot darker and more adult.
Comic books have such a broad appeal to so many kids. When I was in school, I remember the kids who really dug the comic books were kids who didn't quite fit in. Or if they did fit in, there was part of them that was really wanting something more, And the comic books fulfilled that.
There was a kind of a thing that used to happen around the campfire, either with your family or at summer camp. There'd be a great counselor who would tell a great ghost story around the camp. None of that singing Kumbaya or Michael rode the border. I'm not talking about that junk. Now I'm talking about the counselor with a name like Forney or something like that, the guy that, who would tell a great ghost story about the claw, or the hook man, or the Chinese hand. And I think that the Nightmare on Elm Street movies have become a kind of collective American campfire that teenagers go do every summer, or do every fall, or every Halloween, and they share this kind of collective myth of this Freddy Krueger, this absolute evil incarnate. It's a boy!
Freddy is a very straight-ahead character. He may be sick, twisted, and violent and evil, but he is not embarrassed by it.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. He likes his work.
That's great. YTV's Really Me. Oh, this is like a little filler segment that YTV would do in between shows.
You're pretty well familiar where you're going now. Just keep an eye on these landmarks. These hydro lines are good markers too. And be sure to keep you on the radio. Okay? And don't forget those spotters.
That's really loud. Turn that down.
Keep an eye on those because they'll slide out on you.
How loud that was.
So you shouldn't have any trouble. That should be all right. Okay, good. Okay,
I think we're into 1989 now, which is when I got my hi-fi stereo VCR, so even crisper sound now.
It's a great feeling. You feel like you're going to leave all the fuss and bother of the ground behind you and get into some freedom.
Beautiful.
It's hard to describe unless you've actually done it. With the glider, there's no engine to keep it up, so we're always sinking at a certain rate. When the sun comes up, it heats the ground, and the ground heats the air above it, and warm air rises. So what we do is fly into the rising warm air and circle with that. A glider that's strong enough that's rated for aerobatics basically can do pretty much anything a power plane can do. Loops, rolls, tail slides, whatever. You stay up all day. My longest flight is 6.5 hours, and other people have gone longer.
Oh, wow.
The best thing about soaring is that it's sort of a constant challenge. You never really reach the best thing that you can be. There's always something ahead that you can keep striving for.
That was cool.
This is WGRZ-TV, Buffalo, New York. Now, here's News Center 2 Nightside with Rich Tillman, meteorologist Don Paul, and Ed Kilgore Sports.
Good evening. It's been over 4 months since an arson fire gutted St. Christopher's Church in Tonawanda. And tonight, parishioners met to start the long and painful process of rebuilding.
300 parishioners jammed St. Christopher's School cafeteria tonight.
Look at how we've learned to accept God's will, how we've learned to make do. Look how we've grown as a community.
It's God's will that your houses would be burned to the ground. Okay, great.
Grieve, said Pastor Francis Weldon. Now it's time to grow beyond the grief from the fiery loss of the heart of their center of worship last fall.
Oh, it was a church. I missed that part. Yeah. Wow.
We will see new life here.
This room tonight is really a room full of memories. Memories of what St. Christopher's Church meant to so many people for so many years.
Tony and Charlene Christie were married here a month and a half before the fire. His parents renewed their vows on their 50th wedding anniversary 2 weeks before.
We're still grieving, but it's eased somewhat out through the time.
Like everybody else, we still have very deep feelings of being upset and sadness because of the church and our attachment to it.
Church design consultant Father Richard Bosco paraphrased President John F. Kennedy tonight. Ask not what your church can do for you, he said, but what you can do for your church.
Way to rip off JFK there.
Decide on whether to rebuild the shattered church or start anew on a new site and what the church should look like. In Niagara Falls, a familiar question getting different answers tonight.
Love Canal.
Whether to resettle Love Canal. The answer is no, according to many who are urging the Love Canal Land Use Advisory Committee to delay any plans to resettle the area. The panel held a meeting tonight and heard from an assemblyman and an environmental group and a research group, all asking the advisory committee to wait before telling the state health commissioner the ideal way to resettle around the former chemical waste dump. But others are still hoping to resettle the land as soon as possible. Contrary to previous plans, Grand Prix racing will not be returning to Niagara Falls this summer. City officials say a return of the event is just not practical after last year's dismal turnout for the race. That, combined with the over $200,000 still owed the city by race promoter Brian Saya, prompted today's cancellation. Despite the setback, both Saya and Niagara Falls Mayor Michael O'Loughlin have not ruled out a return of the race in 1990. In Washington tonight, the Senate says no to those 50% pay hikes. By a 95-5 margin, the Senate tonight turned down a controversial pay increase proposal for Congress, for federal judges, and some top bureaucrats. The House must also reject the pay hike proposal by next week, or those pay raises will go into effect automatically. House Speaker Jim Wright says he has a plan to cut the increases from 50 to 30%. But are they worth it in Congress? That's the question we put to viewers tonight on First at 5 and News Center 2 at 6 in our telepoll segment. And it does not appear that viewers believe the raises are justified. With more than 4,000 calls tonight, 86% say no, that 50% hikes are not justified for federal lawmakers, while 14% say yes, they do deserve the pay increases. We're going to leave those lines open and
I mean, that's a huge pay increase. Holy shit.
The call is free. We'll have your final results at the end of the program. A local retailer is planning to end its operations in 2 local malls and open in a third. JCPenney officials say they'll be moving out of the Thruway and Seneca malls and into the new Walden Galleria in Cheektowaga. Officials from Thruway and Seneca Mall say they were expecting JCPenney's decision. The retailer says employees will be offered jobs at the new location. Now, this latest move is certainly nothing new to the operators of Western New York's Thruway Mall. In fact, such moves have happened several times in the mall's 36-year history.
Digital was just starting around this time here.
This time, more than ever, questions are being raised
but mainly in the 90s.
To keep answering the bell.
But a few stations switched over, like in 89.
Chandra loves to show visitors the blueprint on his office wall.
For the most part, back in 1953, 55, 65, that was a street.
But what a street. Stores lining both sides, cars lined up for as far as the eye could see. When Santa came to town, the town came out, and why not? Back in the 50s, what's now the Thruway Mall was the region's first major shopping center.
Shopping success is a great deal based on environment, what you feel, how comfortable you feel. It's like walking into somebody's home.
And like a home, they spruced it up along the way. The roof went up in 1972.
One has to constantly be in a position of updating and modernizing and expanding and improving.
These old mall shots, eh?
You might think without a store like JCPenney, the Thruway Mall might up and close its doors altogether. Not so. This mall's been in the thick of the competition for more than 35 years. They don't plan to give up now. Thruway Mall hopes to capitalize on its low overhead, its proximity to Galleria and smaller quality stores.
The Galleria?
Jewelers has always been here.
We're certainly here, and we'll see what happens when Galleria opens.
And we've survived a lot of ups and downs. We survived Eastern Hills and Boulevard Mall and McKinley Mall and Seneca Mall.
I would go towards the cheaper stores.
And you just don't give up old things because something new came.
Talks are underway with other stores. A new remodeling program is about to get started. Thruway Mall is far from counting itself out. Ed Caldwell, News Center 2 Nightside, Cheektowaga.
However, Thruway may find the going tough. The general manager telling News Center 2 today that it's probable that AM&As will leave. Do local authorities have the right man in the University Heights rape cases? We'll have an update in just a moment. The final part of our series on innocent people put in jail. The story of one such man who barely escaped execution. right after this.
So it looks like the Thruway Mall closed in the early 90s.
Galore
So
at your fingertips, absolutely free.
Oh,
With a touch-tone
we
phone
have some
and
commercials.
White Directory's talking phone book. It's got the whole town listening.
Yeah, beer time.
I drink Coors, that's a natural fact. If you like your beer brewery fresh, pure and natural.
Well, they don't make beer commercials like they used to.
Tap a nice cold Coors with a friend of yours. It's an American original.
There's something special about these old classics. They were built with character and solid value, just like some of my old friends. Whoa, I'd love to take this baby on the town and look for the heart of Western New York. Meet up with those people and the places that make living here so great.
Oh. Barry, there's an old friend out front to see you.
Watch for Barry Lillis and his Bentley Rolls-Royce on Channel 2 News with special stories from heart to heart.
Throughout Western New York, there is a growing concern for personal fitness and health care. To further our commitment to providing timely medical information, WGRZ-TV, in conjunction with leading medical societies, has developed Your Health Today. This ongoing informational series will focus on key healthcare providers and highlight the benefits their service and personnel provide to the Buffalo area. Watch for Your Health Today exclusively on WGRZ-TV, because we're all working toward a healthier Buffalo.
Boats, boats, and more boats. See them all at Western New York's biggest boat show, February 3rd through the 12th at the Niagara Falls Convention Center. Don't miss it.
Thousands of Montana residents are still out of their homes tonight, forced to flee a toxic fire and clouds spreading over the capital of Helena. Flames were sparked early this morning. A railroad tank car jumped the tracks, it exploded, and poured the potentially deadly fumes into the air.
Oh my God.
Evacuees are also fighting
a lot of train crashes in these stories,
brought
eh?
on by that Alaskan Express cold front. A pair of military air disasters topping tonight's World and National Newsreel. Overseas, a Swedish prototype jet fighter crash-landed during a test flight this afternoon. Now watch this. The aircraft, which was designed to be the mainstay of the Swedish Air Force, clipped a wing during the landing. It flipped over on its side several times before coming to a rest at the end of the runway. A Swedish military spokesman says the crash landing may force the government to scrap the project and import foreign jets. Back in this country, U.S. military investigators are trying to figure out what caused a fighter jet to crash in northeastern Vermont. The FB-111 aircraft going down during a training mission earlier today, but fortunately, the pilot and the crewmen were able to parachute to safety. The Air Force says the jet, which was based at the Plattsburgh, New York Air Base, went down in a remote wooded section of the state. And more problems tonight for the man hoping to take over direction of the American military. A confirmation vote on Defense Secretary-designate John Tower has now been delayed until probably next week. Senate Armed Services Committee members say they want to meet with FBI investigators who are checking into Tower's personal and professional lives. Yesterday, Tower denied charges he drinks too much and is too close to some private defense contractors. Western New York investigators may not be as close as
conflict of interest.
filing charges in the
Sure, it'd be nice
University
if they
Heights rape cases. A lineup for the
did that
prime
stuff these
suspect in
days.
the cases, Michael Drozik, has produced only one positive ID from 12 rape victims. Drozik was transferred to Buffalo from a prison near Albany based on genetic testing, which linked him to the case. However, no charges.
That was new at the time, too. DNA testing.
For the past 2 nights, we've been telling you stories of people charged and convicted of crimes they did not commit. The thought of going to prison under such circumstances is frightening in itself, but imagine being sentenced to die for such an alleged crime. Reporter Ken McLeod has details in Part 3 of Convicting the Innocent.
This man nearly went to the electric chair for a double murder.
Oh my God.
There was just one problem. It turned out Earl Charles was innocent. Charles is one of about 20 inmates facing execution who have proven themselves innocent in the last 2 decades.
Wow.
Critics say that Charles' case is a classic example of how the mob mentality can lead to a wrongful conviction.
We're terribly mistaken if we think this can never happen to us or to someone whom we love. All the people who have been victimized this way thought the same thing, I can assure you.
For Earl Charles, the nightmare began after an armed robbery at this furniture store in Savannah, Georgia. The elderly owner and his son were both shot in the head as the owner's wife looked on. The double murder prompted overwhelming community outrage, and the pressure mounted each month the police failed to make an arrest. That is until Detective F.W. Wade came up with a small-time shoplifter and troublemaker named Earl Charles.
And all of a sudden, riding on a white horse came Detective Wade, and he had the guy who did it, and he put him on trial, and he got him convicted, and, you know, he got a lot of good press for that. But unfortunately, he had the wrong man.
In fact, Charles spent 3.5 years on death row before detectives uncovered evidence that proved he was innocent. A federal judge eventually awarded Charles a hefty settlement, ruling Detective F.W. Wade went far beyond overzealous, showing a reckless, if not intentional, disregard for the truth. Defense attorneys had accused Detective Wade of coaxing his elderly eyewitness into identifying Charles, withholding evidence that could have cleared him, manufacturing a jailhouse confession, and even lying on the witness stand. The Savannah Police Department denies any wrongdoing.
Of course.
Wade was promoted shortly after Charles' conviction. Critics of the Charles case are not suggesting that police, judges, and juries go softer on criminals, but they do have a reminder. Anyone accused of a crime should be considered innocent until proven guilty.
What a concept,
this is Ken McLeod reporting.
Some legal experts say the blame for wrongful convictions lies with public defenders who are often inexperienced and overworked to the point that they cannot properly defend their clients. Western New York's mini heat wave is over. Don Paul is standing by next for the weekend forecast. And will Friday's rush hour be as tough as today's? Details in Don's forecast right
Rough ride.
Nobody knows more about keeping in touch than Buffalo Bills Pro Bowlers Shane Conlon, Cornelius Bennett, and Bruce Smith. That's one reason they all line up on the 9X Cellular telephone team. The pros know that 9X has the quality and the most advanced
cell phones were new,
in the
too.
Northeast. And they know that right now you can
there you
buy
go.
a brand new 9X Cellular phone at their lowest retail price ever.
Good old brick.
Smith. Join the pros on the 9X team.
Next, was it a gift?
I expected him to whip out his phone and like, I got the touchdown.
Giving me this coat. On the next People's Court.
5:30 Friday on TV.
Ah, the People's Court.
Presents the one Japanese comparison that hasn't been made yet. Totally redesigned, Colt looks like the car of the future. The sushi looks like bait. Colt's quite a value at about
Fuck you, I love
$3
sushi.
a pound. Sushi over $19 a pound. And Colt's new styling will stay fresh for years. The sushi 1-2 days tops. Need more proof?
Feel the magic at your Super 7 Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
What the fuck?
On the next slide, we'll meet some very talented individuals.
Do they seriously just compare a car to sushi?
We have a gentleman who calls himself the human calculator. He's a genius savant with an incredible capacity to calculate numbers in his head.
Plus, pop sensation LaToya Jackson will be here to talk about her latest photo layout for Playboy
Regis
magazine.
and Kathy Lee.
And we'll have a fashion show to teach you how to dress 20 pounds lighter and look just great.
And mail order rip-off.
Online.
Well, most of these have the commercials cut out because I put the commercials in their own archive. But for some reason, I left them in on this one.
Past couple of weeks, but have no doubts, winter is
I think it's because I actually recorded this one by accident. In fact, that's where a lot of these news things are from.
Bus drivers. A couple of students and
I was not into the news when I was younger, but I'm really glad I recorded all these. Holy shit. What a time capsule.
This was a cold snap that Don Paul forecast accurately last night.
I will be back.
Don, what about tomorrow morning? We're going to see much of the same?
Well, yes, we will, but not.
And don't forget, if you like the content and want to help support it, you'll find the link at the top of the chat. Every dollar helps, and it goes right back into the show. Thanks, guys.
Although I did give you more than a week's advance notice of the cold air, that freezing drizzle this morning started up a few hours ahead of schedule and threw everybody off kilter. Now, those of you who want to take part in our Weather Observers program, you Skywatchers, we want to give you our address again quickly. We've already gotten a fair amount of response. Send us your name, address, and phone number to Skywatchers, WGRZ, 259 Delaware. Buffalo 14202. We're going to be picking at random on a geographical basis, and I have to tell you, we do not plan on picking everyone who enters. We just don't have enough instruments to provide for you. So we ask you to participate knowing that in advance. Now, let's go to the regional statistics. We hit 27, but we did that just after midnight today. The low so far, 18, and that's our current reading. It's been as cold as 20 below zero on this date. Back in the early 60s, we picked up 0.04 of an inch melted liquid, only 1/10 of an inch of snow, and we still have only 17 inches or so for the whole cold weather season. That will be changing at least a little over the weekend. Lake water temperature 35. We gain 2 minutes of daylight for tomorrow. At 11 o'clock, freezing drizzle continues. It's been coming down steadily all night, putting more glaze on all the secondaries. Wherever they're not salting, it's icing.
21, that's our old reading. We're at 18 now, and we've got a wind chill of 4 below zero. Let's show you the regional temperatures. The cold spot is Watertown when you get out to the Eastern Lake, Ontario region, but around here the cold spot is Toronto. We're pretty cold at 18. It is still somewhat milder in the southern tier. Bradford is the hot spot, but freezing rain is probably going to be a little heavier during the next hour. Let's show you the satellite photo. The next hour or two in McKean and Potter County. The analysis I make on this shows the wettest part of our weather system headed right toward northern Pennsylvania. Not enough of a glaze to break power lines and limbs, but something to keep an eye on. For us, mainly freezing drizzle tonight, and the colder air is beginning to win. It's a very shallow layer, and at 5,000 feet, we're at 32 degrees. That is one of the reasons why we're getting freezing drizzle instead of snow, but the colder air is going to get thicker and change this over, I think, to flurries by mid-morning tomorrow. Let's show you the national map. The cold air is really pressing far south into Texas now. It's just awful up here. Wind chills in the minus 80 and minus 90 range in the Rockies and in the minus 50 range out here. So our cold is mild by comparison. Record warmth continues down here. And this cold air is undercutting warm air aloft, but as the cold air begins to take over for tomorrow, I don't think we're going to see nearly as much of the steady precipitation. We may even get a peek at the sun in the afternoon, but let's show you the forecast map, the pessimistic part of it. Early morning. Look for some light freezing drizzle to be changing over to snow here in Buffalo, very minor amounts of it, and then it should dry out gradually during the day. The bad news is, if you don't like snow, the storm track, let's show you the jet stream, is lining up to take storm systems from the end of the weekend on into next week, close enough for maybe a cigar. That is, we could get some measurable snow around here Saturday night and Sunday. Right now, my thinking is the storms will be just far enough to the south to keep any heavy snow out of western New York, but it will be a close call. We could get something measurable Saturday night, Sunday, maybe again around midweek. Let's go to my TV2 forecast for you. For tonight, that's really steady freezing rain and sleet. It's not occasional, and there will be more of it near the Pennsylvania state line. Very cold by morning, 17 to 23. Tomorrow when you get up, it should be beginning to wind down, but count on very slick secondaries with temperatures no higher than 19 to 25 and dropping in the afternoon with a nasty wind chill. A few leftover flurries tomorrow night and very cold, 3 to 7 above with a wind chill. Saturday, clouds will thicken again and we'll get some light snow later in the day and maybe more than that later at night and Sunday. Bitter through this weekend, really pretty cold, but not like the plains, and that could be measurable on Sunday, Rich. I'll know more tomorrow, of course.
Okay, Don, we'll check in with you, of course. News Center 2 people making news tonight include News Center 2's Barry Lillis. Barry chowing down at the Hyatt Regency tonight as part of the Winterfest 3 Wing Ding competition. This chicken wing taste test is co-sponsored by WPHD, North Star Bank, and Budweiser. The proceeds benefiting the Western New York Easter Seal Society. And Western New York United Against Drug and Alcohol Abuse, the big winners tonight in Market Arcade's Academy Awards. The first anniversary celebration this evening featuring several movie star lookalikes and our own very realistic Ed Caldwell. There he is. The MCI company sponsoring tonight's Winterfest event. Well, the Sabres leave St. Louis singing the blues. Ed Kilgore next with Nightside Sports, and Western New York's Little Three hitting the hard court. All the college scores and highlights in a minute.
Join the Paper Cutter's second big grand opening week, Niagara Falls Outlet Mall on Military Road. You'll save up to 30% off on festive party supplies, up to 50% off office supplies, 35% off New York Times bestsellers, and 40% off gift wrap and greeting cards. So come to our sparkling new Paper Cutter location today, Niagara Falls Outlet Mall. Be sure to enter Paper Cutter's $1,000 free prize drawing, too. The Paper Cutter, where you'll never pay full price again.
Now, Pizza Hut has pizzas by the pairs, all day, every day. 2 great pizzas for one low price. To celebrate, we're giving away a pair of Pontiac Grand Prix at the Buffalo Auto Show, February 8th through the 12th. And Grand Prix replicas at each of the Buffalo area Pizza Huts. So win one of a pair of Pontiac Grand Prix and enjoy Pizza Hut pairs. 2 great pizzas for one low price.
Pizza Hut, making it great.
She watched her daughter die under the spell of Joel Steinberg.
I couldn't survive without him. And that I felt I would kill myself if I was without him.
He claims he was seduced by the charismatic power of Jim Baker.
You had sex with him?
I should have known better, but he had this kind of dictatorial persuasion over you.
Investigate the minds of the world's most powerful and deadly persuaders.
Friday at 7 on Channel 2.
Let's check with Ed now and see how the Sabres did tonight. Ed?
Well, Rich, the Sabres on the road again tonight, where, of course, they were hoping to continue some recent success against the St. Louis Blues, but it was not to be. As we take a look at the action from St. Louis in the first period, just 21 seconds into the game, the Sabres have a little trouble in front of Jacques Cloutier, and Tony McKegney, the ex-Sabre, scores on the rebound, his first of 2 on the night. Here's Arneal, though, coming back with a perfect goalmouth pass to Rick Vive. It's tied at 1. In the second, the Blues lead 4-2. Vive, the nice play, sets up Mike Hartman. It's 4-3, but that's the closest the Sabres would get. They trail 5-3 after 2. Then in the third, the Blues get a couple more. Here's Peter Zezel with a tip in. It winds up 7-3. Darcy Wakala gets some action in the final minutes. Both teams with 31 shots apiece, but the Blues win it by the score of 7-3. Sabres take on the Kings in L.A. on Saturday night. Elsewhere in the NHL, Montreal, easy winner over Quebec, 6-1. Toronto whips the Islanders 4-1. Pittsburgh over Philadelphia 5-3. Detroit leads Calgary 2-1 in the second. And the Devils have an early goal out in Los Angeles, leading 1-0 in the first. A Detroit paper says the Red Wings are going to ship problem players Bob Probert and Peter Klima to Edmonton for 50-goal scorer Jimmy Carson, a Michigan native. In your dreams, Detroit. I just don't see any way that trade's going to happen, even though the Detroit newspapers say it will. The Little Free, all in action tonight. Niagara and Canisius hit the road. Bono home against Duquesne. What a ball game this one was, as Ron DeCarli's guys try to overcome a little recent adversity. Bono gets the big effort inside from number 55, Rocky Llewellyn, as he pours in 30 points. Bono up 38-34 at the half, but Duquesne goes up by 9 early in the second half, but the Bonnies keep chipping away. Arnd Newhouse with a terrific game for Duquesne comes up with 31 points. However, Bono hangs on to win this one 80-78 to move to 11-8, 5-5 in the Atlantic 10. In Boston, Niagara takes on the Boston U Terriers in white, and it was all Boston U. Here you see Mark Daly bombing home a three-pointer. Daly with 20 points, and Andy Walker's Purple Eagles were never in this one. Boston's fast break clicking. Tony DaCosta the easy 2, and Boston U rips the Purple Eagles 81-54. Niagara drops to 7-12, 4-6 in the NAC. Now the good news, the Canisius Golden Griffins on the road tonight at Maine, and the Griffs win it 76-70. They shoot almost 66% from the floor. They were up 40-23 at the half and hang on to win it. Canisius now 7-10. In the top 20, second-ranked Illinois upset at Purdue 76-72. Iowa downs Northwestern 102-84. Duke, an upset victim at Georgia Tech 81-76. 18th ranked West Virginia wins at Rhode Island 79-71. And the NBA Knicks win over Cleveland 125-109. Seattle downs Miami by 7, and Chicago drops to Sacramento 109-98. Well, looking at the list of unprotected players published today, it looks like the Bills might lose some players through the NFL's new free agency plan. Among the unconditional free agents, Steve Tasker, outside linebacker Hal Garner, who, of course, very good reserve player, veteran running back Rob Riddick, offensive tackle Joe Devlin, who you never know, this could have been Joe's last season. Frank Reich also among the unprotected players. Bill Polian says, I hope we can keep them all.
We have 62 Buffalo Bills, and we want every one of them
Oh,
back.
darn, I walked away during the sports.
We're
Anyway, I'm just quickly making some ramen noodles. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
This field may be the eventual destination of over 40 million liters of raw sewage from the Portage La Prairie waste treatment plant, and at least one local resident is not happy with the plant. I'm Bowden Gimbarski, and I'll have both sides of the story for you tonight on Prairie Pulse.
I'm Marianne Kloak. Students at the University of Manitoba and the University of Winnipeg are protesting against a 10% hike in tuition fees. I'll have all the details at 10 on Prairie Pulse.
At the legislature, Kelly Dent and Prairie Pulse. Out on the ice in Lockport, this is 13. From the Manitoba Television Network, Prairie Pulse at 10. With Ted Deller. Sports with Keith McMahon.
environment specialist Ron Thompson, entertainment with Jennifer Whidden, and the Prairie Pulse News Team.
Making headlines tonight, university students let it be known they aren't happy about the latest hikes in tuition. Tourism operators say their industry could suffer if the government derails VIA. And the city of Portage La Prairie has a controversial plan to solve its sewage problem. Good evening, everyone. Students at the University of Manitoba and the University of Winnipeg say they shouldn't have to pay a 10% hike in their tuition fees. The students say they're sick and tired of paying for the province and the federal government just to cut back on education. Our Marianne Klowak explains.
No way, we won't pay! No way, we won't pay!
That's the message these angry students want the University of Manitoba's administration to hear. They say a 10% hike in tuition fees is double the rate of inflation, an increase they can't afford.
For $100, if you're just looking at the tuition, that's an extra week of work for most people, because most people work at minimum wage. Students, that's an extra week of work. We don't have an extra week of summer.
These students say they're fed up with paying the price of the increasing costs of post-secondary education. They're trying to pressure the provincial and federal governments to pay their share. Both governments have decreased funding for education. Students say increasing tuition fees won't solve the problem of underfunding, a message they wanted to personally deliver to University of Manitoba President Dr. Arnold Neymark.
I think if the institution said, we're not going to tax the students, we propose a freeze on tuition, we're going to make the government pay, don't you think that that would encourage?
I can only respond in this way. Karen used the term, make the government pay. The university can't make the government pay.
Neymark says the university had little choice in approving the hike. Without tuition increases, both universities say they would have to cut courses and services. But the University of Winnipeg Students Association says the administration is burdening those who can least afford it. Amy Uri is a fourth-year education student. She's also a single mother.
With the tuition going up, I'll have even less money to spend. It's made it impossible for me to rent my own place because the student aid is so low.
And the kid looks about 8. How young was she when she had that kid? Jesus.
Is a right, not a privilege. But they say if the universities continue to increase tuition fees, double the rate of inflation, only those who can afford it will be able to attend. Marianne Klowak, Prairie Pulse.
Wow.
Meanwhile tonight, the government is maintaining its silence on the future of Via Rail. Yesterday, the news leaked out that Ottawa is considering eliminating passenger service altogether to save $600 million a year in subsidies. But whatever the government does in the upcoming budget, the Minister of Transit...
Oh, Jesus. Okay. I guess that was just a fragment. Some of them are. Oh, hey. Young as you are. Yeah, old YTV station ID. Very nice.
Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
I'm sure, like 100%, that the sun is never near anything of those elements.
Tonight I spoke with Jafar's
the liberation of Palestine.
On Detroit's southwest side. He
yes, it's been going on that long.
Ordered us off the property, saying he would have no further comment.
The repeated linkage of his son with the crash has been torture, according to a family friend who watched the report tonight.
The report did not bring anything new to prove that Khalid Jafar is a suspect.
Siblani publishes a local Arab-language newspaper. He believes Jafar became a suspect just because he was born in Lebanon.
And the Arab world is being painted once again by the same brush.
Yeah.
With the same color, the terrorist color.
And he won't rest easy until we finally learn the name of the person who created the bomb and perhaps used an innocent man to carry it. In Dearborn, Joe Bell, TV2 Eyewitness News.
FBI agents have questioned the Jafar family in the past and have found no reason to call their son a suspect in the bombing.
Local authorities are planning their next move tonight after a Canadian judge refused to allow the man known as Father John Irish to be brought back to the U.S. John Irish allegedly posed as a priest to console the families of victims after the crash of Northwest Flight 255 near Metro in August of '87. He's accused of bilking Northwest Airlines out of $1,100 in food and hotel bills, and there is evidence he offered the name of a Florida attorney to grieving family members to try to drum up business. Irish was arrested last November in Trenton, Ontario, about 100 miles east of Toronto. And the judge today said it appears he did carry out a scheme involving the families. But he added no jury would find Irish guilty of posing as a priest to get his hotel bill paid. Local authorities say they are disappointed, while some family members are angry.
My first reaction when I heard that John Irish was going to walk free, I was disgusted. I think that it's wrong. It's just morally wrong that somebody can do that, can come in and try to exploit a situation.
We feel that Mr. Irish's acts were unconscionable. We feel that he preyed on defenseless people, and we're hoping that eventually he'll be brought back to justice in the United States.
Some scummy people out there, man.
They will review the legal opinion and are hoping to appeal the ruling.
Mexican and U.S. authorities are looking for the leader of a drug smuggling cult that's responsible for killing at least 12 men, 4 of whom may be American.
A drug smuggling
Mark
cult?
Kilroy, who was a student at the University of Texas, is one of the victims. Today, the suspects told reporters how they killed him.
Well, I didn't do nothing, but the other ones, they killed him. I didn't kill him, but the one that killed him, they hit him with a machete in the head.
God. Oh, my
Police
God.
discovered the bodies of the victims yesterday at a ranch near Matamoros, Mexico, along with voodoo paraphernalia and evidence of drug trafficking. The suspects say the victims were tortured and mutilated because they believe the human sacrifices would give them satanic power to protect them from police. 5 suspects are in custody in Mexico
How'd that work
tonight,
out
and
for
police
you?
have warrants for 4 additional arrests. A 9-year-old Pittsfield Township girl is alleging her parents used drugs. The unidentified girl went to police yesterday in the Washtenaw County community with 3 bags of marijuana.
Oh,
The
no,
child
not
said the marijuana
marijuana.
belonged to her parents and said she was tired of watching them do drugs. Police will reveal the contents of the bags tomorrow. The girl is now with her maternal grandparents. Police have not filed any charges yet in the case.
Boy, the times ever changed there.
African-American students continue their sit-in tonight at Wayne State University. The students were converging on the undergraduate administration building at around 4 this afternoon, calling for their protest as a study-in. But campus and Detroit police were on hand just to make sure all was peaceful. These students say they are trying to call attention to racism on campus, and they are demanding a change in the university's Black Studies program.
Hell yeah.
Every day we come down here is a racial incident. Every time we're here and we look at that 5th floor cubby hole that they dare to call, they have the audacity to call the Center for Black Studies, that's an incident. Every time we come down here and we have to deal with skinheads walking around with swastikas cut in our head and our sisters being disrespected, that's a racist incident.
Fuck yeah.
The students delivered a list of 17
good
demands
for
to
them.
University President David Adamany on Monday. Those demands include a full-fledged Department for Black Studies, more African-American professors, and more scholarship money for African-American students at Wayne State. No arrests have been made, and the university says the sit-in will be allowed to continue as long as it remains peaceful. University officials say they hope to meet with the students in the next few days to discuss their demands.
And look at what's happening now.
Toxics and trash were at the center of a heated discussion in Van Buren Township tonight as citizens vented their anger over plans for another landfill in their community.
Are they interested in protecting the welfare of our children and our grandchildren, or are they interested in providing landfills which we have no
ramen noodles
control
with some peppers and onions.
Over 150
it's
people
basically
turned
all I
out to
have
voice
right
concern
now.
over plans for a $217 million landfill in the northeast section of the township. The Waste Management Company says its proposal will bring jobs and money to the community, but residents don't seem to be buying the sales pitch. The township already has one landfill with a toxic landfill within its boundaries, and residents say enough is enough. Wayne County officials, however, say there are not nearly enough landfills to meet the area's disposal needs.
This is going to be my dinner for a while, unless we get some more donos.
Still to come, Oliver North admits on the witness stand that he didn't always follow orders from the White House.
Oliver North, oh my God, the Oliver North trial. I remember that.
And business editor Murray Feldman
I don't have any of
explains
that.
what you need to know if you're waiting until the last minute to file your taxes. Plus.
Hi, this is Pierre. Is Bob Hope really going to talk to this guy, Kimsey?
Hi, Pierre.
We'll have the story coming up.
Okay, thanks, Pierre.
This is a WDAZ news break, brought to you by Evans Seed, Wool, Fur, and Steel.
Good morning. We have partly cloudy skies in the Grand Forks Devils Lake area. Right now it is 29 degrees in Grand Forks.
So I lived in
Preparation continues
Selkirk
along
at the
Red
time.
River for major flooding. In Fargo, the river is expected to crest on Sunday. Volunteers have been sandbagging and waiting.
We would get U.S. stations from Detroit.
But the water should get here. The latest reading on the Red River in Grand Forks is 33 1/3 feet.
Grand Forks.
That's more than 5 feet over flood stage and about 14 feet shy of the predicted 47-foot crest.
How was the other one?
The river level has stayed pretty much
He just said it.
However. All of this making sandbags very popular items in Grand Forks these days. Unlike previous years, residents in this part of the valley have plenty of time to prepare for the worst. And as Terry Doolin reports, people aren't waiting until the last minute.
Some of the first sandbagging in Grand Forks has been taking place at the Gamma Phi Beta sorority house at UND to protect it from the rising English coulee which flows through the campus. None of these students was around for the last major flood in 1979, but that's not to say they don't know
those glasses.
what it's all about.
There's a few girls who have
that
sisters
guy is so
who,
like,
you know, can tell
he looks like straight out of the 70s.
None of us were here.
Elsewhere around Grand Forks, sand and sandbags are a common sight now in the driveways of homes along the river. Though unlike this residence on Olson Drive, where sandbagging seems to be complete, at least for the moment, most of the backbreaking work of filling and stacking bags has yet to begin.
They had to do this kind of thing in Winnipeg, too, because the Red River would flow through it, or next to it, I guess, would flood in the spring sometimes.
Downtown businesses. Street Superintendent Ken Harmon says the city wants to raise...
Should actually mention, I do have some footage of when the street outside my apartment, when I lived in downtown Winnipeg, flooded, like really flooded. Thank God I was on like the 3rd floor, so I could just watch it safely from my apartment window. But I got tons of footage of people like trudging through the water and pushing cars and stuff like that. So look forward to that in a future Multimedia Chronicles Retro episode at some point. I'm pretty sure I have the footage captured though, so we might just watch some of the raw footage at some point. That'd be kind of cool.
Permanent dikes to 49 feet, just above the level of the 1979 flood.
We're hoping we're ahead of the game here, but the way the river is rising is at the rate we're going. I think we're staying ahead of it at this point.
Terry Doolin, WDAZ News, East Grand Forks.
Now, volunteers are needed to work at the Red Cross Emergency Flood Shelter. It will be set up at the Grand Forks Civic Auditorium as soon as high water makes it necessary. Right now, a list of names is being compiled so people can be called in as they're needed for various jobs. If you have some spare time, you can call the United Way's Volunteer Action Center at 775-0671 between the hours of 8 and 6, 7 days a week. I'll have more news, sports, and the weather forecast after this.
Evans Steel Company of Thief River Falls is having a big steel sale right now. 500 tons of random length, new and reusable angles, flats, sheets, channel, and pipe at 25 cents per pound. Also, full-length regular stock steel at 10% off the regular price.
Want to make a skyscraper?
A full stock of grass seeds at
See how much spare
prices.
change you got.
They're now paying top dollar for your wool and scrap metals. When you're in at Evans Steel, mention you heard this ad and receive a free new steel weight chart.
Whoa!
That's Evans Steel Company, Thief River Falls.
It's official. North Dakota sales tax is going up May 1st. The governor signed the bill into law yesterday. It raises the tax from 5.5% to 6% and is expected to bring in $87 million extra dollars over the next 2 years.
That's not too bad.
Grand Forks already has an additional 1-cent city sales tax, bringing the total here to 7%. Lawmakers are still working on a plan to increase the income tax. A couple of neighborhood associations will be holding emergency flood planning sessions tonight.
Taxes
the Riverside
pay
Park
for
Neighborhood
city
Association
stuff,
will be meeting at 7 o'clock at Wilder School. And residents in the Lincoln School District will be meeting at Lincoln School at 7:30. The emergency management team from the Grand Forks Fire Department will be on hand at both meetings to answer questions and explain the plan of action. In sports, in baseball, the Twins down the Yankees 7-1. Milwaukee over Cleveland, Oakland and Seattle, and Baltimore over Boston. In the National League, the Dodgers beat Cincinnati, Montreal over Pittsburgh, and the Cubs lose to the Phillies. The score there 3-8. In Game 2 of the NHL playoffs, the North Stars lose to St. Louis 3-4. The Blues now lead the best-of-7 series 2-0. Taking a look at our forecast for the Grand Forks Devils Lake area today. Becoming cloudy in our region. We could see periods of snow throughout the day. Our high near 40 degrees and the wind from the north at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, a 40% chance of snow. Our low in the mid-teens, the wind from the north. And looking ahead to Saturday and the weekend, partly cloudy skies. Colder, a few snow flurries possible. Our high near 40 degrees, and the wind from the north at 5 to 15 miles per hour. Right now, we have partly cloudy skies in both Grand Forks and Devil's Lake. 29 degrees in Grand Forks, 32 degrees in the city of Devil's Lake. That's all we have time for right now. Thanks
Devil's
for watching.
Lake and Thief River.
News. Now
Sounds like such a friendly place,
Good Morning America continues.
Good Morning America. That's
News
what I would have been
4
taping.
Night
Good
Beat
Morning America.
With Bob Pizer,
I like
Nona
the interviews
Barbie,
on those.
Scott Warwick, and Paul Long.
Good evening. The war against cocaine counts casualties on the streets of Detroit and American cities, large and small.
Of course, the 80s, all about the cocaine,
Tonight,
man.
the casualties are in Peru. Agents of the United States Drug Enforcement Administration assigned a snowcap, a major campaign to stop cocaine at the source. Agent Rick Finley of Detroit and 5 DEA pilots, a State Department official, and 2 Peruvians are believed dead. Their small plane a heap of twisted wreckage on the side of a 15,000-foot mountain just a mile from the airport in Lima, Peru. Search parties hope to reach the crash site by morning. News 4's Chris Hansen has just returned from assignment with snowcap agents in Bolivia, one of the countries where the cocoa plant grows. The crack cocaine smoked in basements in Detroit and back rooms in Flint begins its journey in South America. It's a major cash crop in the Chapare region of Bolivia. That's the dateline for Hansen's first report on Operation Snowcap.
This guy ain't messing around.
It seems peaceful enough here in the Bolivian jungle. People quietly picking coca leaves. In fact, it's legal to pick and sell coca leaves in most parts
Chris
of this
Hansen?
country. The illegal part comes
Chris
when you try to turn
Hansen?
that coca leaf
That's the
into
Chris
cocaine paste.
Hansen.
That process makes this jungle dangerous
Holy
territory.
shit. All right,
These
you have a
American
seat.
drug
Let's
enforcement agents,
talk.
some from Detroit, along with members of the Bolivian National Police, are part of Operation Snowcat.
That is actual.
I knew that name was
cocaine
familiar.
paste right there. Some that's left. See that stuff?
Enforcement teams
Holy
search the
shit.
jungles of the Chapare region
That's
for cocaine
hilarious.
processing labs and destroy them.
There's certainly a psychological impact. As long as they know we're out here doing something, or that the Umapar's out here doing something, they have to be on the lookout more than they normally
For those who don't know why I'm losing my mind, he's most famous for his To Catch a Predator series, where he
people smuggling chemicals and
basically
live
busts
turn coca
pedophiles.
leaves into cocaine paste.
Yeah, that's awesome. Early days of Chris Hansen.
The
He's still
DEA
just,
also works on
reporter.
huge drug conspiracy cases, trying to identify big-time cocaine traffickers. This region and a portion of Peru supply as much as 80% of our country's cocaine habit. Everywhere you look in Bolivia's Chapare region, you see coca fields and picked coca leaves drying, getting ready for market. The process of turning these leaves into paste is, to say the least, crude. In fact, the labs are nothing more than plastic pits filled with chemicals in which the paste is made. But they are productive and plentiful. There is danger in these jungles as Operation Snowcap gets more successful. Those who live off of the cocaine plant and its illegal products seem more willing to strike back at American drug agents.
That's crazy.
There are some who say that Bolivians will never stop growing coca leaves and never stop processing those leaves into cocaine paste. But some in the DEA believe this war is winnable here in Bolivia. We'll talk to some of them in our next report. I'm Chris Hansen, News 4, the jungles of Bolivia.
Wow.
Chris Hansen's reports on Operation Snowcap continue tomorrow and Tuesday on News 4 at 5 and 11.
He was already
A
making
letter
a
of
name for
robbery
himself.
suspect had in
Hard-hitting
his pocket
investigative
from a member
journalism,
of
eh?
Detroit's notorious Chambers crack
Way to go.
cocaine gang goes to the U.S. Attorney General tomorrow. Terry Colbert, who testified against the Chambers gang, was arraigned today for unarmed robbery and car theft. Yesterday, following his arrest,
Why does
police
he
found
not
a
have his
letter in
shirt on?
Colbert's pocket from the Chambers. Police say the letter told Colbert what to say in court and how to make it appear he lied. The Chambers brothers are in federal prison serving heavy sentences. Tonight, the open revolt in China's capital city continues, and smaller demonstrations are reported in at least a dozen other cities. It has been Monday in China for hours, where martial law remains in effect.
Yeah.
But a feared and anticipated government crackdown on students occupying Tiananmen Square, the center of the mammoth protest for democracy, has yet to materialize. In
This
the
is a
second day of
big
martial
thing.
law, government troops couldn't get to Beijing to enforce it. Tens of thousands of people peacefully swarmed over government convoys, immobilizing them.
Yeah.
Ordinary citizens set up roadblocks
Good
and
for
manned
them.
barricades. Meanwhile, there's a news blackout across China.
All the people at Radio Beijing, and I also believe at all the departments of radio, television, and film ministry, feel strongly that they must support the students here.
People are demanding the overthrow of the government, and they want the resignations of the country's top 2 leaders. It's been 9 days since the students took over Tiananmen Square, and tonight they continue to wait for fierce government reprisals in the face of this bold revolt.
President Bush today called on the authorities in China to use restraint in dealing with the protesters. He said he supports calls for democratic
that segment,
reforms.
yeah, that segment.
The president and French
I probably will put some of these on YouTube. There's definitely some gold in here for sure.
University commencement. Later, the president urged both sides in the Chinese unrest to be peaceful.
We revere the model of Martin Luther King in this country for his peaceful protest, and so I might
Bush
suggest
Sr.
a familiarization with that for the people in China, and I would urge the government to be as forthcoming as possible in order to see more democratization and to see a peaceful resolution of this matter.
Mr. Bush said he did not want to offer gratuitous advice to the Chinese, but that he hoped to avoid bloodshed.
Wow.
Thick smoke filled the skies over Detroit's near west side this evening. Several firefighting units helped to put out the blaze that gutted an abandoned building. The fire burned in an abandoned apartment building at West Grand and Porter. For a while, it threatened nearby occupied buildings. Large crowds gathered to see the fire consume the old building, and firefighters worked to contain it. No injuries were reported. The cause is under investigation.
A great many people put their boats in the water today. Blue sky and warm temperatures were an invitation to fun on the lakes. But
yes, that is the one with where that picture comes from, the guy standing in front of the tank.
Anchor and heading out.
The word spread quickly. Warm weather is finally here, and the fish are biting. So it's time to put the boats in the water. There were plenty out today. In fact, so many traffic was backed up, causing problems.
Just right here in the docking area, you know, we were waiting to get in here and almost ran into these rocks over here. You know, the wind's kind of strong today.
In a big storm, we had to wait underneath the bridge there one day. It was bad. By the time we got in there, was 4 inches of water in the boat. That was last year.
Sheriff's deputies enforce the laws on the water in this big county. They know the water can be tricky. In this area, 2 men drowned last year, just 2 weeks apart.
Both small boats in rough water and they capsized. And
Officer Jeff
life
Chesney
weren't being worn, and apparently they weren't available either.
Along with tickets for violations, the deputies give out advice.
Well, that's just a big no-no.
Until you get a jacket that'll fit her. They should be mounted.
They believe many boaters are not aware of the rules of the waterway.
It's just that they don't understand. They kind of take the water for granted because you can have such a good time on it. And it would
I think back then you didn't need
a real good idea for everybody.
You didn't need a license.
Be another hot summer,
you just get a boat.
Which means more and more people will take to the water to try
That's
to cool off.
changed since then.
The Sheriff's Marine
because
Patrol
of
believes
idiots
can
like they
handle
were
the
talking
job,
about.
despite the fact just 7 men are available on call 24 hours a day. On the Lower Detroit River, Bob Bennett, News 4 Night Beat.
Still to come on the Sunday Night Beat, Scott Wally has the story of the Pistons, who saw several streaks come to an end today. Also ahead, those who knew her before she reached stardom remember Gilda Radner one day after her untimely death.
And later, a last longing look at Miami Vice, a program that brought a new look to Miami and to television.
I'm Paul Long.
That show is a time
felt
capsule.
like Miami today. It may even feel more like Miami. Beautiful weather ahead. We can look at the week ahead in a moment.
News 4's Roger Weber talked to some of them. We'll never forget the Gilda so many people loved.
Never mind.
The death of Gilda Radner is being mourned by entertainers, fans, and old Detroit friends from long ago.
Gilda Radner was born in Detroit and graduated from the old Liggett School in Indian Village. Today, a fellow member of the class of '64 shared some memories.
This is the staircase Gilda and I used to slide down on trays when we were little.
20 years before Gilda Radner became a star, she knew how to make Betty Irwin laugh. Old yearbooks reveal a treasure of Radner memorabilia, pictures of that impish and unmistakable grin. Betty recalls a high school play where Gilda tripped onto the stage and showed her knack at improvisation.
She turned around, she got up, and she brushed herself off, and she started to ad-lib, and the teacher is behind the stage just going crazy, saying, this isn't in the script, this isn't in the script, but she did. She was able to pull it off.
Betty says Radner's famous impression of Barbara Walters had its origins in high school.
She used to do a similar thing like that in school, but of course she didn't call herself Barbara Wawa, but she used to talk like that, and it really brought back a lot of fond memories of Gilda.
Betty made this home movie 2 weeks ago to give Gilda some memories. Her old classmates gathered for a 25-year reunion, but Radner died before the tape could be delivered.
She was always that way. Yeah, she always had a great sense of humor. She put a joke into just about everything, even when things would be bad.
Radner once said she didn't want to die a tragic figure. For many years to come, we'll be smiling at Baba Wawa, Lisa Lupner, Rosanna Dana, and the memory of Gilda Radner, Liggett class of '64. Roger Weber, News 4, Night Beat.
Very special.
When News 4 continues, we'll turn to the sports desk. Scott Wally has all the day's results, including the unexpected.
And we didn't expect the Pistons to lose, and few expected the Tigers to have a winning streak. Sports is next on the Night Beat.
It's been disappointing today, but the weather was a real joy.
Did we miss the Miami Vice segment? Maybe I didn't tape it.
To see if Monday's going to be an instant replay.
I don't care about Miami Vice. Stupid show.
Thank you, Paul. A rare and powerful era in television came to a close tonight in the final episode of Miami Vice, the TV series that shaped a great city's image of itself. The tough, ugly fight against cocaine never looked more handsome. And now, Miami Vice is no more.
This guy's so dramatic. Oh, yeah.
It gave us flamingos, cool colors, and speed on the water and on the land. It was only 5 years ago the war against drugs became cool and everybody was copying Crockett and Tubbs.
Chemistry. We had an incredible chemistry. And, you know, I'm not talking about just the stars, but I'm talking about the whole, everybody, the technicians, everybody was wonderful.
Although Crockett and Tubbs are done, the actors are not. Philip Michael Thomas is making a TV movie with Felicia Rashad.
I get like a caged animal when I'm not working. You know, that the madman in me wants to come out, and it's coming out.
The only word on Don Johnson is that he and his wife, Melanie Griffith, are expecting a baby.
Oh, so beautiful.
As for the image the show gave Miami, who knows? Maybe it'll work elsewhere.
This one ain't no trip to Cleveland. In fact, it's probably suicide. So what? You want to live forever?
That's our report. Thanks for watching. Sports Final Edition is next.
Thanks for joining us. From all of us here at News 4, have a good day, a good night, and a good week ahead.
It will never work elsewhere. That's right. Detroit Vice.
Coming up on Sports Final Edition, the
Yep, no surprise there. Fuck the sports.
About a kilometer away from where the plant would be located. He says St. Clement's Council didn't have enough information when granting Dow Corning a conditional use license last night.
We, I guess, don't know very much about the kind of effluent gases that the proposed plant is going to release.
He says studies show that greenhouse production in industrial areas declined due to gas concentration.
We seem to be back to Canadian news, I can tell.
That polluting gases get trapped in a greenhouse environment is that we, as a rule, bring a certain amount of outside air in with our circulation fans, even when the big exhaust
That baby is innocent. Yeah, he would be. Yeah.
Aren't running.
The plant will be established here.
The Pistons, when they were controversial.
Yeah. Eventually, Dow will invest $50 million, and the municipality says up to 500 jobs could be created. That was a big reason St. Clement's Council granted the conditional use application last night, but as Reeve also says, the plant will be environmentally safe.
They have assured us that the emission coming out of there is a lot lower than is coming out of your
outside air.
The Clean Environment Commission still has to approve the application. Larry Smith plans to make a presentation there, and he will ask the CEC
the emissions from the car.
Even though gas emissions might not harm people,
when I drive through the park,
greenhouses could kill his business. In East Selkirk, Manitoba, Kelly Dan, Prairie Pulse.
All right, I'll be back.
As we told you last night, the city of Portage La Prairie wants approval for a plan to dump sewage sludge on nearby farmland. The Clean Environment Commission held special hearings into that application yesterday and today, looking for input from local residents. And as our Joanne Ferrian reports, not only did the CEC hear objections from residents, but some startling news about sewage that's been pumped into the Assiniboine River.
The city wants to dispose of this sludge by trucking it onto farmers' fields. McLaren Engineers is the company contracted to dispose of the sludge should the city be granted a license. They and the city were prepared for opposition from farmers and residents who fear compounds in the sludge may contaminate their water. During the hearing, various experts testified there was no potential danger and the sludge would act as fertilizer for the fields. However, what the city wasn't prepared for was the news that sludge may have been dumped into the Assiniboine River.
Now, if that discharges to the river will have been adversely affected by that deposition of sewage that escaped the treatment facilities of the plant. We're not talking about that today, and I'm not certain what the discharge to the river was or what the circumstances were.
Last August, McLaren's measured 40 million liters of sludge in an on-site storage facility or lagoon. The sludge had accumulated over a 20-year period. 2 weeks ago, the same firm measured 70 million liters of sludge in the same lagoon. Although he wouldn't comment on camera, an engineer from McLaren said there were two reasons for the dramatic increase. He says up to 10 million liters of raw sewage was dumped into the lagoon because of construction at the plant. The other 20 million liters was a natural increase, which means not all the sludge before August of 1988 could have been going into the lagoon, and some of it must have been going into the river. The manager of the plant, Dave Pert, says sewage was never dumped into the river. He says the engineering company probably underestimated the amount of sludge in the lagoon in the first place. The level of effluents flowing from the plant to this river have never met provincial guidelines ever since they were established in the late 70s. An official from the plant says they were given extensions on meeting those guidelines ever since they were established. That means the plant isn't breaking any laws. However, Pert says improvements are needed to the sewage plant. Joanne Farian, Prairie Pulse.
One of the men running for Ed Broadbent's job says he's against the Meech Lake Accord and he will work as hard as he can to turn the whole party against it. Steve Langdon was in Winnipeg today, where he told reporters that even though he voted for the Accord along with the rest of the NDP caucus, he spoke out against it during caucus meetings. And Langdon says if the majority of delegates to the November election elect him leader, but continue to support the Accord, he will support their wishes.
So in fact, if the convention did take a position which differed from mine on Meech Lake, I was nevertheless selected leader of the party. My responsibility would be to advocate and to work as skillfully as I could for the position which had been democratically taken by the party.
The owners of a Winnipeg restaurant are angry because they say a set of barricades put up on Higgins Avenue to slow the prostitute trade is hurting their business as well. Sylvia Murchison and My Son say the business at their restaurant is down by about half since last Friday when the concrete barriers went up. City officials are planning on keeping the street closed for the next 2 months while they evaluate whether or not it's effective in blocking drivers from circling the block in search of hookers. The restaurant owners say many of their customers have simply stopped coming in because it's too hard to get down the street. Winnipeg City Police are investigating the discovery of a partially submerged boat in the Red River this morning. Police say residents along the river by St. John's Ravenscourt School spotted a boat partly submerged in the water at around 8 o'clock this morning. The Winnipeg Harbor Master says the 16-foot Vanguard boat was 2/3 under the water when they finally located it. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the boat had been taken from its mooring behind 70 Blackmore Avenue sometime during the night. Police say they don't have any suspects right now, and they're continuing their investigation. Executives of Ontario Express have been meeting with city officials in Brandon for the last few days. They're discussing ways of improving air service in western Manitoba. They're also in town to smooth over some ruffled feathers caused by complaints laid against the city's only air carrier
before the days of digital reception.
Our Rick Adam has that story.
Ontario Express took over Brandon's commuter service from Calmair just over 2 months ago. Since then, the service has operated at a loss, utilizing only about 50% of its capacity. Company officials say part of the problem is low consumer confidence, being compounded by unfavorable media coverage.
Well, maybe a little better support from the local media might help.
All right, well, fuck that.
You gonna be ready on time? You bet. We're getting right down to the crunch. As you can see, the construction guys are on their way out.
A lot of these are fragments because I didn't actually set out to record the news a lot of the time. It was just like at the end of tapes and stuff. So any segments I find, I capture and
all kinds
throw
of
into the
people were
archives.
pitching in. With just a few hours till showtime, volunteers are scrambling to ensure that visitors tonight receive an official program and a souvenir domer, the official mascot of the Sky Dome.
Oh, man. I think the Sky Dome was pretty new at the time.
Tickets are sold out for tonight's gala, but already some people are looking forward to next week.
Have you got any Jays tickets for next Saturday?
David Hatch, Global News.
The 82-year-old mother of a dangerous sexual offender on the loose is pleading with her son to turn himself in. Fred Merrill's mother, speaking from her home in the United States, says she is afraid that if the police catch him, they will shoot him. In the meantime, the search for Merrill continues. Merrill went over the wall of Toronto's
Hide your kids, hide your wife. They're raping everybody out here.
Concentrated on the Valley system adjacent to the jail. But late in the week, it was announced that he is now being actively sought by authorities nationwide and in the U.S.
Even his own mom is looking for him.
A criminal facing a 10-year sentence in Canada and an additional 80 in the United States is considered extremely dangerous. Police still have no idea where he might be. The question of who is at fault in the crash of a commercial airliner may soon set a precedent. For the first time, airport security is being sued. Ann McDermott reports.
December 7th, 1987. PSA Flight 1771 was cruising near San Luis Obispo when it suddenly plummeted to Earth. There were no survivors and little more than bits and pieces for investigators to sift through. They soon discovered that David Burke, angry over being fired by U.S. Air, PSA's parent company, somehow circumvented the airline security checkpoint to board Flight 1771 with a gun, killing both pilots.
Oh, my God.
Now, in a Los Angeles courtroom, several attorneys are battling over who, if anyone else, is responsible for the crash. One lawyer calls this the first time a civil liability case examining modern security procedures has ever been tried. The attorneys for the families of the passengers and crew blame the airport, the airline, and its security screening system.
Like I said, at the time I probably didn't even watch. I was recording something else and just let it run.
Desiring to pass beyond the screening
Only found everything when I was capturing the tapes.
Must undergo screening.
Burke, of course, didn't do that. And attorneys for the screening firm suggested that after Burke decided to carry out his plan after buying extra insurance to benefit his family, there was no way to stop him.
He chose to mass murder in order to cover up his own suicide.
The first witness in the case was the air traffic controller on duty when the PSA jet went down.
Probably had a gunfire on board the aircraft. And was that 1771?
Yes.
And what was he telling you there?
He's telling me that he does have a problem on board and he has had a gun fired on board the aircraft.
The trial here is expected to last at least for 6 weeks. Once it's completed, the lawsuits will go forward. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
Coming up on The World tonight, a long overdue Christmas for the people of Lockerbie, Scotland.
For the children. Won't someone think of the children?
These concerns don't always come first. We have a moral responsibility here to stop this from taking any more lives.
What?
It's increasingly evident that the leaders of the student protest have been driven underground. However, some continue to be in touch with Chinese students in this country. 2020 has obtained audio tapes never before broadcast.
From 2020. That was a great show.
First-person accounts by some of the students who were in Tiananmen Square when the army moved in last weekend. Their testimonies, voices from the underground, come from phone conversations they made to Chinese students in Boston. Stone Phillips is our report. We've added news footage, and you will hear the voices of translators.
A white terror has taken over the city of Beijing. They beat people with iron bars. They've completely discarded their humanity.
Wow.
This is not a fascist government. It's a government gone crazy.
The video from Beijing this week told much of the story. But the voices we've been hearing, those of the student protesters, were silenced by the military crackdown. Once that began, talking to foreign journalists could have meant prison or worse. So the recorded telephone conversations in this report are the only direct link we have with a student movement that's been forced underground. This is where the calls originated, a house in suburban Boston. A religious group donated telephones to these Chinese exchange students. Throughout the crisis, they've been working the phones day and night, trying to maintain contact with China, often waiting hours for a connection.
Yeah.
Put the conversations they recorded to the pictures we've been seeing, and the story is more complete. It becomes the kind of chronicle the Chinese government has been trying to suppress.
Behind the armored cars were the tanks. Behind the tanks was the infantry. The infantry was shooting with assault rifles. On Chang'an Avenue, blood flowed like a river. On the square, the tanks and armored cars overturned buses with students standing on top and rolled right over the students.
Oh my
They immediately
God.
seized the corpses and burned them on the spot. Why? Because those who died in the square were students from outside Beijing. They can easily destroy the evidence and say that the students had somehow disappeared. Throughout the night, they beat everyone they came across, and they shot wildly. So many were injured by stray bullets. I hope you can spread this news to the outside world quickly.
Wow. 2020 obtained recordings of more than 4 hours of these historic conversations. They range from horrified descriptions of the violence to expressions of fear that the telephone lines themselves might be tapped, and these very conversations could lead to reprisals, especially now that the government in China has praised the army and demanded that student leaders surrender. The next call is to a student in Beijing 1 day after the violence broke out on Sunday. What we learn is that while world attention and cameras were focused on Tiananmen Square, the real slaughter was not in view of the cameras.
Not that many students died in the square. Most of them died on the streets leading into the square when they tried to block the military vehicles.
Yeah, students, right?
How many do you think really died?
Hard to say. People are still dying. We're still hearing the sound of gunfire. Just now, a young worker was crossing in front of a military vehicle and called them fascists. 8 soldiers came out of the vehicle and chased him down to a food store and shot him dead.
I'm not going to say the obvious, but I know what we're probably all thinking right now.
Student leaders went from organizing protests to retrieving
As we look at the past, we might be looking at the future.
The student you're about to hear identified himself as Secretary General of Beijing University Student Association.
We're extremely short-handed because we're busy trying to recover bodies.
Are they allowing you to take away the bodies?
No, those killed at Tiananmen Square have already been taken away by military vehicles.
But what about the wounded?
We're trying to bring them back to the school because it's extremely unsafe in the hospitals.
How many have been arrested?
I don't know about those arrested, but the hospitals have refused to accept the wounded, so we try to get them to the school infirmary.
Were the calls being monitored? When would the phone lines be cut? Those were common concerns in practically every conversation we listened to.
Wow.
The students were afraid of losing their most potent weapon, the free flow of information.
This is why it's important to learn history, honestly.
By the caller in the United States not to
Otherwise,
use his
you
name.
just end up repeating it.
He's in the city of Nanjing, and he's reacting to how, once again, Chinese television broadcasts only the party line.
Yeah.
At this point, the government has blocked all the news. We're only getting official news. For example, what we heard on TV about the atrocity on June 4th was that a lot of soldiers were killed and injured. All of us students are listening to the Voice of America radio broadcasts, but they're being jammed a lot, and a lot of citizens aren't listening. We must try to expose what took place whenever possible, but all we have is word of mouth.
Wow.
When the student protest started weeks ago, the only life-threatening force was the force of the students' own convictions. Hunger strikers in Tiananmen Square starved themselves unconscious. They built their goddess of democracy and said they would die if necessary for the principles she stood for. Last weekend, we saw their courage tested as forces controlled by their government moved in. Their exuberance and optimism of a week ago has given way to anger and disbelief at the brutality. But it's clear from the voices we've heard tonight that the struggle will continue.
We can't organize anything anymore. Workers should rise up on their own to strike. The government's next step will probably be to break up the student movement.
You must maintain your strength. Take good care of yourselves, fellow students. We're with you.
As the drama eases,
for
now at least, we've also been able to focus on some of the individual stories. What has happened in China this spring has changed many lives forever, and the hurt takes many forms. Before we get to Gary Shepard's update from Beijing, he has a story not of young dreams shattered, but of an old couple's peace destroyed.
I feel like we just don't see this kind of journalism anymore, at least not in like
China
the mainstream media.
Because the situation here had become extremely dangerous, the embassy received a phone call from two of them.
He's 92 years old. He is in a wheelchair. He cannot walk. He is old and he is sick. His wife is 90 years old. They are both American citizens. They want to know, is it really necessary for them to leave?
C.Y. Chen and his wife Xiao Yi are afraid and confused. They returned to China in 1983 after having lived in the United States for nearly 30 years.
Elder son in San Francisco, second son in New Jersey, granddaughter in New York, granddaughter in New Hampshire.
The Chens live in this apartment building near Beijing's railroad station. You have to walk up 6 flights of stairs to get to it because the elevator is broken. He's been an invalid since 1981 when he suffered a severe fall from a San Francisco bus. And they moved back here because it was less expensive and they didn't want to be a burden to their children.
I don't want to live with people, even my granddaughter, you know, they are husband and wife. How can we too old give them trouble?
Xiao Yi is also in frail health and says her husband is too heavy for her to move by herself.
Aww,
so they are virtually trapped here in this modest apartment, dependent on money sent to them from America.
All the money we use is sent by our sons or daughters, granddaughters. If they can continue to send me money, we'll be okay.
They spend a lot of time now reminiscing about their years in the United States. They moved there in 1956 and later became naturalized citizens, raising their family and enjoying a life which now they realize they can't afford and aren't strong enough to return to.
Today, I trouble, and tomorrow, here trouble. You know? No. How long we can live? No. Stay here if it's all right, you know. We will stay here and die here.
There are probably many families here in Beijing, like the Chens, whose lives are being threatened by the turmoil, and there is very little anyone can do about it.
It's a heartbreaking story, and I'm sure that there are many similar stories now in China. With us on the line now from Beijing is ABC News correspondent Gary Shepard. Gary, first of all, what about the evacuation? Can people who want to get out, get out? Have they all gone?
Most of them have gone, Barbara. The embassy says there are still a few people left in China, and they can get out. They're being brought into Beijing and being put on planes.
We hear about the crackdown on the protesters. How serious is it? How are they rounding them up? We're going to be looking at some video already sent to New York yesterday showing workers being arrested. What's the situation?
It's very serious. The authorities are making mass arrests in a number of cities around China of those suspected of having been involved in the pro-democracy movement. The crackdown expected to expand over the next several days and weeks, and student leaders here in Beijing have gone into hiding. The government has even set up a special tattletale hotline for citizens to call in to turn in anybody involved in the recent demonstrations.
Are you afraid? Are the people you talk to afraid? Is it very hard to do your job now?
It is very difficult for foreign journalists to operate out in the open now. It has always been a violation of the martial law regulations here to take pictures.
You want to know more about the Tiananmen Square protest in 1989? There's a Wikipedia article all about it.
For a while, the authorities weren't bothering to enforce those rules. Now they are. And the threat is that if you're caught on the street with a camera, the Army can shoot you right on the spot, no questions asked.
We're very proud of all of you over there.
Invalids.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of an outdated term, isn't it?
Shepard from Beijing.
Well, next, if the subject is ethical behavior, are you behaving yourself? And do you think men lie more than women? Is it wrong to lie about your age? John Stossel reports, How Honest Are You? Right after this.
Measure it with cold, hard cash. While some people will give it back, others just never look back. John Stossel reports, How honest are you? When 2020 continues.
You saw a flash of it at the top of our broadcast. For his report tonight on How Honest Are You, John Stossel put people to the test, in part by spilling cash out of an armored truck. You heard what happened in El Paso Wednesday. Over $500,000 fell out of an armored truck.
Oh, wow.
A man named Rudy Vega passed the honesty test. He gathered and turned in this $400,000. Other people were arrested. Some of the money is still missing. Well, what about you? How honest do you think you are? Or do you even think it's dishonest to keep found money? How honest do you think your neighbors are? Well, John's report might give you some answers.
The other day, I dressed up as a security guard, borrowed an official-looking truck, and then at a suburban shopping mall in Long Island, New York, spilled 1,000 $1 bills out the back. What would people do? Well, amazingly, for what seemed like a long time, no one did much of anything. Then, casually, some people started picking it up. And finally, maybe because they heard this woman laughing, lots of people rushed over, and things got more exciting.
Look at all those dishonest people.
Now, when I returned and asked for the money back, how much would I get? Well, we'll find that out later. But first, I should say that this really happened, not only in El Paso, but on an even grander scale in Columbus, Ohio. Almost $2 million fell out of the back of this armored car. Dozens of motorists
gonna go for about 45 minutes more.
Kept it. Of the $2 million,
unless we get some donos. We haven't had any donos in hours.
So how honest are you? Had you found the money?
Link at the top of the chat, guys, if you want to keep going.
Suppose you found a wallet on the street.
I got lots of stuff we can check out.
And how about at work? The American Management Association says 1 in 4 workers admits to stealing on the job. With all this talk about a breakdown of ethics in this country, we thought we'd look at just one aspect of it. Honesty about money, especially other people's money. Telephone repairman Melvin Kaiser became the hero of the Columbus armored car incident because he gave back over $57,000. He was following right behind the money truck as it pulled onto this expressway.
A door fell open and a bag fell out. The car in front of me hit the bag and it exploded, and money was just flying everywhere.
A man with a camera happened to be nearby and took these photos.
So I stopped my car, and I could see people jumping out of their car doors and starting to run, grabbing money and picking it up, putting it in their pockets and their coats and stuff and everything. And one guy was yelling and screaming, yeah, she says, it's money, it's ours. He said, grab me some when you can. It took me about 2 hours, kind of wrestling with myself. And then I realized, I'm kind of lucky. I've got a good job. I don't really need it. I got to do the right thing and turn this money back in.
In Columbus, the town fathers were so shocked and shamed by the armored car affair that they decided to start an all-out, year-long honesty campaign. And they picked this man to lead it. His name is Jeb Magruder. Remember him?
And I must confess that some of us failed him.
Magruder was the Nixon aide who served 7 months in prison as a Watergate co-conspirator.
Oh, wow.
Today, he's executive minister at the city's first community church. Now, isn't it ironic that he should head up an honesty drive?
I guess
just a little.
Ironic, but then again, in a sense, if you want to help drug addicts deal with their drug problem, usually you use an ex-drug addict to help. Same is true with alcoholism. So
interesting.
Maybe in that sense, I'm someone who can deal with this message effectively. I still believe in God.
Magruder and other Columbus clergy now regularly preach about honesty in their Sunday sermons. The business community has put up billboards and encouraged cashiers to pass out pamphlets in local restaurants.
They have to do with a campaign here in Columbus that we're involved in.
Columbus schools teach honesty in the classrooms and recently held a citywide essay contest for youngsters. The mayor gave out certificates to the winners. One of them was 5th grader LaShawn Gray. He apparently has gotten the message.
Have you always been an honest person?
Not always, but through the years I figured out that honesty is the best policy. And that it's very important to tell the truth. Because if you tell the truth, it's to me it makes me feel better whenever I tell the truth than tell a lie and get in worse trouble.
And how's the overall campaign going? Well, the mayor says it's hard to measure, but he's noticed that the kids are paying attention.
Oh, I had this little 5th grader stop me walking down in the hallway in a school. And she said, you know that campaign about you're supposed to not tell a lie and be honest and all that, Mr. Mayor? Yes, honey, I sure do. She said, well, you know, my dad used to make me say, when I answered the phone, he's not at home. And I told him I couldn't do that when he was sitting in the kitchen anymore. This is his day. And so,
the city has started an Honesty Hall of Fame. And, of course, the first member was Melvin Kaiser. The armored car company awarded him $5,700. 10% of the $57,000 he returned. Others honored include a maid at this hotel who returned $65,000 she found in a shoebox.
That's what I was thinking too. Like they wouldn't give anything back.
I was taught that if you found something and it wasn't yours, you turned it in to whoever had to be turned into. It wasn't mine. I wanted to get rid of it.
There isn't much scientific data on general honesty, on whether people are becoming more or less honest, but businesses are now trying to find out. It's important to business because, well, frankly, if you're going to be dishonest, there's no better place to profit from it than at work. Industry now says it loses over $3 million each day because of employees who steal merchandise, take kickbacks, or just steal company time. As a result, more businesses are starting to use these paper and pencil honesty tests.
Did you ever steal anything over $1?
No.
Many companies used to use lie detectors to screen employees, but Congress recently ruled them illegal, saying they may not be accurate.
Really?
Now the paper and pencil tests
interesting.
are booming. Of course, they may not be accurate either.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure they still use them today. That must have been temporary.
The Stanton Corporation of Charlotte, North Carolina, prepares honesty tests for clients all across
5,700?
the country. Here's how it works. The employer gives a potential job applicant the test, asking some strange questions like, I never worry about my looks, or at times it does not pay to be honest. The answers are called in here to Stanton's computer room. The results are tabulated within minutes.
Stanton Corporation.
Some people get approved.
And this applicant's recommended.
That'd be about $16,121 today.
96 and is a high risk, not recommended due to your company guidelines. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Stanton's Executive Vice President, James Walls.
Now, I would think an employer saying, what, you want me to pay $1,000 for this test with these silly questions? People aren't going to admit if they're dishonest. This is just silly.
What you're referring to, John, is absolutely true. When companies initially look at the test, they will look at 1 or 2 questions, say, my God, who's going to answer that question? Nobody in their right mind would answer that question. But it's not that specific question necessarily that we're looking at. We're looking in total at all of the questions. And as you go through the questions and answer them one by one,
you do not feel threatened by the questions. You do not feel intimidated by the questions. And so consequently, you portray yourself as you really are.
Are there differences between people, young versus old?
The younger people definitely cheat more and with a higher degree of frequency than what the older people do.
Men versus women?
Men cheat and steal with a higher degree of frequency than women.
Blacks versus whites?
Practically the same.
The tests are controversial. Dr. Alan Kraut heads the research division of the American Psychological Association.
Well, we're concerned that there may not be enough valid research behind these honesty tests to warrant their widespread use. You know, these tests affect people's lives. People are hired or not based on these tests. They're promoted or not based on these tests. In some cases, they may even be fired or not based on these tests. That's a serious responsibility, and we're not convinced that honesty test manufacturers at this point take that responsibility seriously enough.
Still, lots of companies do trust and use the tests. Stanton has more than 1,200 clients, and it's just one of the companies in the honesty test business. All this made us want to devise our own, more down-to-earth honesty tests, and that's why we dumped that $1,000 off the back of the truck. We also gave some people too much change in a store, and we dropped wallets in different cities around the country to see if people would return them.
In Charlotte, North Carolina, we dropped 5 wallets, some downtown, some at a suburban shopping center, and at a nearby college campus. Each wallet contained $20 and our phone number. Of the 5 wallets, only 1 was returned. In Columbus, the honesty city, we dropped 5 wallets right in the downtown area. 3 were turned in. This woman picked up the wallet and turned it in right away to the building guard. We followed her in and asked her to explain her honesty.
Because it was the right thing to do, so I did it. I mean, you know, if I dropped mine, I would hope somebody would do that too. You know, although I doubt very seriously if they would find any money in it, but I would like my ID back, you know.
We let her keep the $20. This student walked up to a 20/20 producer lurking nearby and asked him if he'd lost his wallet. We gave him the $20 too.
Take it.
In Los Angeles, we dropped another 5 wallets. So far, only 1 has come back. In Manhattan Beach, a group of young men gleefully grabbed the wallet and went to a nearby bar. In New York City, we also dropped 5 wallets all over town, and you guessed it, none came back. This lady hardly even slowed down. Then we went to this ice cream shop in Glen Cove, New York. We gave 10 people too much change. For example, instead of $2, a 1 and a 10, or a 1 and a 20. Our hidden camera watched as 7 of the 10 immediately returned the excess cash. Joe Saccone was one of them.
What are you doing?
Wait a minute.
What are you doing?
You changed. You gave me $3.
Will you give me $10 back?
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Huh?
All this jives with what the honesty experts said they thought would happen. If you know the people whose money it is, as is the case with a small store, they said most people will return the money. And they were right. But if the cash belongs to strangers, they said only 25% will return it. And that's exactly what happened with the wallets. So far, we've gotten back 5 of 20. And 25% is about what the armored car company got back in Columbus. And what happened to our own spilled $1,000? Well, when I returned to ask for 2020's money, it seemed as if I got a lot, almost all of it. Why were people so honest?
It gives you a sense of gratification, to be honest.
You didn't think about making off with it?
No, it's the way you're brought up, really.
Because you shouldn't keep things that you know aren't yours.
Somebody took some. Hey, you guys are great here. Thank you.
So did you think about running off with it?
Well, they were singles, to be honest.
But then I went on to start stuffing the money into my pocket, like everybody else did. And the only problem is that because it was singles, it took up so much from my pockets, I figured I'd get snagged anyways, and I figured I'd better get it back.
You mean if it were bigger bills?
If bigger bills, I definitely would have been out here.
I really felt good about finding so many honest people until we took the time to count the money that was returned. It seemed like a lot, but of the original 1,000, less than $400 came back. Those of you who have the money, you know who you are.
Not I. But now before you get on the pulpit, John Stossel will let you measure your own integrity. Get a pencil and paper for our test. How honest are you?
All right, it has been hours since we've had any movement on that dono goal. Z-Man's got to pay the rent. If you're enjoying the show and you would like more shows like this, please consider dropping a few bucks in the pot because, well, it goes towards the show and helps to keep me alive to do the show for you. So, thank you in advance for however much or however little you're able to contribute to keep the show going. Thanks.
Okay, here's your chance to measure your integrity. The Stanton Corporation, which John mentioned in his report, prepared this at our request. Is that right?
They did, Barbara. It's similar to the kind of testing they do for corporations. I hope you have your pencil and paper because here are 8 questions that 160 Americans have already answered to help establish an honesty level. I trust all of you will do better than most of them. Here's the test. Statement number 1. I have lied about my age. If you agree, give yourself 2 points. If you disagree, no points. If you're undecided, 1 point. I have lied about my age. Statement number 2. When I get mad at friends, I think of ways to get revenge. If you agree, give yourself 2 points. Disagree, no points. Undecided, 1 point. Statement number 3. I have exaggerated my work experience on a job application. If you agree, 2 points. If you disagree, no points. If you're undecided, 1 point. I've exaggerated my work experience. Number 4. Lying about your weight is normal. If you agree, 2 points. Disagree, no points. If you're undecided, 1 point. Lying about your weight is normal. Statement number 5. Exceeding the speed limit is dishonest. If you agree with that, no points. If you disagree, 2 points. If you're undecided, 1 point. Statement number 6. Being truthful puts an individual at a distinct disadvantage. If you agree, give yourself 2 points. If you disagree, no points. If you're undecided, 1 point. Statement number 7. Making personal phone calls on the job is dishonest. If you agree with that, no points. If you disagree, give yourself 2 points. If you're undecided, 1 point. Finally, statement 8. Distorting the truth is okay as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. If you agree, 2 points. Disagree, no points. If you're undecided, 1 point. That's it. Now, while you add up your score, let me give you some of the averages based on the 160 people the company asked beside you. If you scored from 0 to 6, you have a high honesty level. 7 to 9, a moderately high honesty level. 10 to 12, a moderately low honesty level. And if you scored 13 to 16, you're a problem. You have a low honesty level. So, Hugh and Barbara took the test. How did you guys do?
Well, I scored a 9, moderately high, which...
I am amazed that you didn't do higher and relieved because I also got a 9.
But,
and even though I know that this is a much longer test, I mean, there were things like, you know, would you lie to, you know, to save a friend's feelings?
Sometimes, yes. And if this is based on an idea of right and wrong, I'm not motivated in my whatever honesty I have by anybody's idea of right and wrong. For example, if I found a wallet, I would exert myself to find the owner of that wallet, but not because somebody said it was right to do it or wrong to keep it. Only because I think, how does that person feel right now who lost the wallet? And I'd want to return it to him for that reason.
What did you get?
I got a 4. I'm surprised to be so much more honest.
Do you, would you hurt somebody, would you lie to protect someone's feelings?
No, I always offend people by being foolishly honest.
I see.
So
I see. So the moral of this story is that he is far more honest, but we're
more kind.
You have more friends.
We have
than
more
I do.
Kinder, gentler.
We didn't meet the averages. In general, men are less honest than women, and younger people less honest than older people. But you know how you did.
Don't feel bad if you didn't do well.
Thank you, John. Morton Dean, tonight on Nightline, is sitting in for Ted Koppel. And Mort, what do you have for us tonight?
Hugh.
For tonight, thank you for joining us.
And remember, we're in touch, so you be in touch. I'm Barbara Walters.
And I'm Hugh Downs.
And for all of us here at 2020, good night.
2020, brought to you by Thompson's Water Seal. It prevents expensive and unattractive water damage to wood, brick, and concrete surfaces. Thompson's, the first name in protection.
Monday, Sissy Spacek and Anne Bancroft. 2 Academy Award winners give a powerful performance in the network television premiere of Night Mother on the ABC Monday Night Movie.
Man, that Tiananmen Square segment was something else. Holy shit.
For transcript of this program, please send $4.
I try to be honest as well.
Journal Graphics, 267
I don't see any point in being dishonest to people, you know.
This is 2020.
This has been
Lies
a
only
presentation
hurt
of
people.
ABC News,
and ultimately
where more
yourself.
Americans get their news than from any other source.
This is ABC.
The Canadians have another strong team to cheer for at the next Winter Olympics.
Kids news.
Balmoral Hall had a great opportunity recently when the
Forgot
school
about this.
students got to witness 14 wonderfully brave people from various countries around the world become
I think
Canadian
this was
citizens.
on
The
Saturdays,
City
like
Hall
part of the Saturday
ceremony was
morning.
about an
They
hour
dropped this
long, and our grade
in between the
6 class
shows
was proud to
or the
sing
cartoons.
Canada is to the citizens to make them feel welcome and celebrate the feeling of multiculturalism in Canada. Around the Town for Kids. Theatre Beyond Words, a mime troupe from Ontario, will bring their comic characters, the Potato People, to the last of
The
this year's
Potato
concerts
People.
for the kids' performances of the Winnipeg Symphony's Children's Series. It's at the Concert Hall, April 2nd. And the Winnipeg Art Gallery has a whole bunch of classes for budding young artists during their spring session.
I like what a random grab bag of
classes take
stuff
on
this
an
is. It's like we go from like really
introductory
hard-hitting
field of
investigative
drawing,
journalism
painting,
to
sculpture,
like
and clay.
news for kids by
Programs
kids.
are offered to kids between the ages of 5 and 17. And now for my kids' comment.
Ben Johnson.
All Canadians are familiar with the Ben Johnson story, the superstar runner who tested positive for steroids at the Seoul Olympics. The saga continued this winter with the Dublin inquiry, where its coaches, doctors, and fellow athletes gave their stories. Although some people still find Johnson innocent, I find him guilty for not only using drugs, but by damaging the trust and pride we had in him in amateur sport. On the other hand, we may have opened up an issue that people in the field would have preferred to keep in the closet, which at least allow Canadians to deal with this problem facing our young athletes. But it's too bad the problem had to be discovered like this, ruining one man's potentially great career and an entire country's pride. This is Shannon Carson signing off for Kids News. Thanks for joining us.
Damn. She didn't pull any punches at that hot take.
Let me just point out that
Hey, Ted
we
Koppel.
are shooting this interview in a rather curious way from rickshaws, from a van.
I remember this.
And for most of the time, the camera work will not be as steady as it would normally be if we were using professional gear. But the man I'm interviewing, Marlo Hood, used to be a resident correspondent here for the South China Morning Post, which is an English language Hong Kong
There was
newspaper.
a news blackout, right? So this is what they did.
Hong Kong and has just been visiting here over the past
They went
few
there
weeks.
and filmed it with like consumer camcorders so they could pose as tourists. Sneaky.
Back again to what is it that's happening at night? I mean, for example, you, over the years, you live in Hong Kong now, but over the years you've spent, what, 4 years living here?
The last 4 years in Beijing, yeah.
So you have a lot of acquaintances, a lot of friends here. What would happen if you picked up the phone and called one of those people now?
Well, I can give you an even more dramatic example. The night before last, I went to see a friend, and I have to be very vague about what I'm saying, but while I was at his place of work, the police came to arrest him. They did not know that I was there. My friend had just 60 seconds in which to tell me what was going on and walked out the front door into their arms.
Do you have any idea why he would be arrested? Would they have some particular charge against him, or just part of a roundup?
Well, I think at this point they are rounding up people who were involved in some organizational way, or whom they think were involved in the demonstrations, especially after martial law was declared. Somehow they have to punish somebody for what happened. People were killed in Beijing, and somebody has to take the blame for it.
We were talking about these incredibly long and detailed newscasts that they've been having over the last few days.
And one thing that they're revealing, perhaps unintentionally in these newscasts, is just how widespread the protests were, and also that they were beginning to be organized, not just among students, but workers also. Both the government and workers in China are very aware of solidarity in Poland as a kind of example. Deng Xiaoping is scared of it, and the workers are wondering how they can organize that way. They've got a lot working against them.
That's not a realistic prospect here, is it?
No, they certainly have a lot of disadvantages, and none of the advantages that workers in Poland had.
They don't have a Lech Walesa, do they?
They don't have a Lech Walesa.
This is Afghan men. There's quite a lot of, in these garbage cans, as you look at them here, you can see the, see there's a bullet hole, there's a bullet hole, there's a bullet hole. There's a bullet apparently that came right through the other side and then went through a window right over there. And if you could just sort of walk me around to these martial law posters, what does this one say?
Let's see. Okay, it's referring to those people who burned trucks, police cars, public buses, saying that those people should either turn themselves in or calling on other people to report them. This goes with what we've seen on television, where the police obviously had hidden cameras during the disturbances, and they're now showing the footage on television. The camera freezes, you see the face, and then the commentator says, if you know this person or you know where he is, call.
Let's just take a quick swing around Tiananmen, all right? Sort of point out to me what I need to know about the troops here.
Well, you can see some of the holes in the plaster, the bullet holes on either side.
There's a bullet hole right there.
And these are soldiers cradling their AK-47s. Just here on either side of Tiananmen Square on the Avenue of Eternal Peace is where some of the fiercest confrontations were.
It's really extraordinary as we look around here now, because you would never know that anything happened. I mean, there are a few army trucks over there. I guess they're the ones that just bring each of these, bring these soldiers here. But no longer any tanks, no longer any armored personnel carriers.
Just a few telltale signs. This was closed to all traffic except buses 2 days ago. Yesterday, they let bicycles and cars through.
We got a little shot. The driver scared shitless. He took off like a bat out of hell. There's a security car in that alley back there. We should go to the hotel now.
Let's go. Take everything you guys split.
When we return, we'll go back briefly to New York, where my colleague Forrest Sawyer will introduce you to yet another major story that is brewing in another part of the communist world.
This is ABC News Nightline.
brought to you by AT&T.
I have friends here in China, men and women that I've known for many years. I know their families. We have eaten and drunk together and shared many hours of conversation. I would love to see them. But because they are my friends, I will stay away from them. This is Ted Koppel in Beijing. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Ted was a real one.
This has been ABC News Nightline. If you wish a printed transcript of this or any Nightline broadcast, please send $3 to Nightline Transcripts, 267 Broadway.
I know, right, Icarus?
New York, 10007.
This has been a presentation of ABC News.
All right, 18 minutes left unless we see some donos.
Any other source.
A boycott
I don't do these out of the goodness of my heart. I do it to make a living. So, got to see some donos, guys.
I'll be
Come
real
on.
careful. Freddy's Nightmares is based on the horror movie Nightmare on Elm Street. And like the movie, it features graphic violence. Angry letters and petitions have been pouring into the Hamilton TV station, which broadcasts the show in southwestern Ontario, and the results proved to be successful. Yesterday, the station announced that it's pulling Freddy's Nightmares off the air. The show is also seen in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, but there's been no decision in those places to remove it. Freddy's Nightmares is made in the U.S. by Lorimar Productions.
We got the first season. We never got the second. So, it did eventually get pulled.
Joining us now from London, Ontario, is Ernest Robinson, who organized the boycott, and Peter Deborah, the Dean of the School of Journalism at the University of Western Ontario. I'll begin with you, Ernest Robinson, first. Tell me your impressions of this program. What don't you like about it?
I am upset and have been upset with the unprecedented level of violence on this particular program.
I
what
hate
used to be
people like
restricted
this
material,
so much.
What used to be you could walk by a video counter or a movie house, now you've got
Puritans.
torture of at the nth degree, usually depicted very graphically, throat slitting, that sort of thing, and often with a sexual connotation. The women are usually mutilated and dead by the end of their contract, which is one episode long.
Now, your biggest concern, of course, is with the kids you teach. What's been their reaction to the program?
Well, I polled my children after I saw my first initial sighting of this program late one night where a girl is stabbed through the neck by a man she thought was her father in graphic detail and close up. Yeah. I polled my children the next day to find out what they, or the next, after that week, and to see how many children were watching it, and some children told me that they had been exposed to the program and couldn't sleep. They were afraid that Freddy was going to come into their dreams. I basically saw some drawings of children, 6-year-olds drawing pictures of Freddy's claw decapitating a guitarist.
Yeah.
I had a student who knew that I was against the program who decapitated
it's the parents.
me. I don't know what you were
not
thinking of
monitoring what their children are watching.
But that seems to be
it's not the fucking show's fault.
And,
it was on in the middle of the night. What the hell are the kids even doing up?
Obviously, your campaign worked.
It aired at midnight in my area. What the fuck? 6-year-old is up at midnight.
I'm thinking that this is one down and 3 to go. It's been a David Goliath sort of thing. I'm the little guy. I don't have multi-millions of dollars invested in what I'm trying to do. I've basically put my own finances towards it. I'm looking for Service Club help in initiating the campaign across the border because there are 3 stations, WICU, WXYZ, and WUAB, who show it on cable in Canada, and we have a lot of packages behind me here to send to the sponsors to hopefully influence them into thinking that maybe American families care about their children as much as we do here.
Peter Deborah, let me bring you in at this point. Public pressure has obviously worked in this campaign. Do you have some concerns about that, though?
Yes, I do, Paul. I'm a little concerned. I want to say right off the bat that I don't normally watch this kind of programming. In fact, Ernest had to come over to the house the other night and loan me a tape so I could see what he was talking about. I screened it, and it seemed to me that the violence on the Freddy's programs was so extreme that it was almost a spoof on violence, and I found it rather hard that a teenager perhaps would accept this as being serious. I think teenagers would tend to find it entertaining, perhaps, in an odd sort of way. Certainly not as a serious commentary on life. Younger children, I suppose, might be affected by it. But I'm a little concerned by the vigilante campaign, in a sense, against one branch of the media. And if people can organize and force a station to take this kind of programming off the air or force an advertiser to stop sponsoring it, I'm a little concerned about the implications of that for freedom of expression. I wonder what the next target might be.
Peter, the TV stations were playing this program late at night and saying that way children wouldn't be seeing it. Was that not enough?
Well, I certainly think that's an admission that the programming is objectionable and not made for children, and I think it's a standard programming technique to put it on late at night in the hopes that the kids aren't watching at that time, and they shouldn't be.
This is before TV ratings,
too. When it does that is saying, parents, it's your responsibility to some extent to guide what your children are watching on television. I think it is a parental responsibility and a responsibility of the schools to teach children how to cope with the violence that they meet in life on television and in many other aspects of life. I'm not too sure that trying to snuff it out at the source is the right way of doing it.
Ernest Robinson, do you have other targets?
I am looking at the Opeachy company, who is
tough guy.
bubblegum card producing company right here in London, who has produced a line with the Freddy trademark on them, obviously
they do horror cards
using the
for
most
horror
restricted,
fans.
Goriest pictures from the most restricted horror movies of the last 5 years. And they're going on still life bubblegum card form, 6 cards for 35 cents. I think if anybody wants to make another comment about that, I think it's worth mentioning that Gary Corrine should be hearing from us. It's obviously a marketing of violence for entertainment, this program.
All this anti-horror
basically
shit,
speaking out in my
just makes me so
vigilante, if you want
angry.
to call it, movement, as somebody who's working with the
stop
children
letting the
on the
TV
front
parent your
lines,
kids, exactly.
And I'm watching children grow.
Yeah, well, exactly, Rob. That's the point the other guy was trying to make, is like, where does it end? Where do we draw the line?
Immune to the suffering of
And
others
look
in our
where we
world.
are
So
now,
that's something to worry
with
about.
books being banned and pulled out of schools, and
thank you very much, Paul.
you know,
Bye now.
that's where it leads. It basically leads to, you know, fascist actions, essentially, censoring of information.
June has traditionally been a popular month to get married.
Who cares? You can tell where I stopped the tape. Hey, midday
Coming up in
entertainment.
this half hour, Tom New on Ghostbusters 2, a visit to the first Canadian International Croquet Tournament, and we'll find out what Valerie Pringle and Ralph Ben Murgy, Midday's new co-host, have been up to all week. First, though, it's been quite a week in the world of show business.
It's time for the Entertainment Week in Review with Tina Srabotniak and Valerie Gibson, a gossip columnist with Vancouver Magazine. Before we bring them on, though, let's take a look at the news.
Dr. Cockburn.
Strong words for a humanitarian. Canadian
pronounced
singer Bruce
Coburn.
Coburn received an honorary Doctor of Letters this week from York University for his work in aid of humanitarian causes throughout the world. Meanwhile, Ronald Reagan was made an honorary knight by Queen Elizabeth. But he
What?
should still be addressed as Mr. President, not Sir. Only citizens of Commonwealth countries can be called Sir.
Sometimes your fear can keep you alive.
Hey, Beauty and the Beast.
You should listen to it more often.
A wave of protests from fans of Beauty and the Beast may save the romantic series starring Linda Hamilton and Ron Perlman. Originally canceled in May, CBS is now going to shoot 12 new episodes with some changes to try and boost ratings. It will air as a mid-season replacement next January.
That was a great show.
Zsa Zsa Gabor landed in jail this
Zsa
week
Zsa.
after she slapped an LA police officer. The officer said Gabor tried to drive away after being stopped
That's
and had
very
to be
Zsa
handcuffed.
Zsa.
She was charged with a number of offenses, including having an open liquor container in her Rolls Royce. Imelda Marcos has teamed up with a Philippine pop star in Honolulu to record her husband's favorite love songs.
Oh, boy.
The album is a gift to Ferdinand in recognition of their 35th wedding anniversary. It's being sold in the United States, Europe, and Asia. And oh yes, Imelda does plan to release a video soon.
Okay, you two, what about Imelda Marcos? Can the wife of a deposed despot smash the charts, Tina?
Oh, I think Imelda is capable of anything. There are certain bounds, you know, there are certain points at which one's mother tells you when you're growing up that you shouldn't make fun of people, and I think we've almost reached the point with Imelda. The woman knows no shame. She's singing, and this is just the carrying on of a career that she launched ages ago, because she sang apparently at all the state functions and all that stuff for years and years, and now she's doing the ultimate thing. She's going to be singing Feelings, which unfortunately we didn't have a clip of.
Oh,
that
boy.
well-known song, which is immortalized forever for me from being used on the Gong Show. It was the thing that people used to sing before they were gonged off the stage.
You just came back from trying to see Imelda,
Gong Show.
Valerie.
Well, I did check the house out. I like to do that sort of thing when I'm in Honolulu. The neighbors are absolutely despondent over her. She sings through a microphone all day long. They're absolutely going Looney Tunes as she is, but apparently they're still bringing shoes and food to her, loyal Filipinos. So
She says it's nice. She says it's nice to be recognized for doing something positive, singing.
Yes, well, it hasn't been a great career.
Is it really, Vermin? It's reference to Naked Gun 3? That's hilarious.
Whatever. I mean, at her own parties, I'm sure she can do whatever she wants. It's interesting, the vital sign, Ferdinand's vital signs went up when she sang to him. I mean, you just wish the woman would go away, and I'm sure he does too. Songs like These Shoes Are Made for Walking, and, you know.
You just wish she would go
She
away.
can think of a lot that aren't on the album yet.
I can think of a few celebrities like that.
What about Beauty and the Beast? That's what I want to do.
Well, Beauty and the Beast, I'm a big fan of that show. I don't know if you're a follower of it, but I've always loved Vincent because he has a voice that just makes me die. When he says, Catherine, just listen to your heart. It's more than I can stand. Just driving
Well, it's Ron Perlman.
The news is that there's a huge campaign being launched in the States and also here in Canada. In fact, I spoke to the woman who's organizing it here in Toronto, and it's to lobby CBS and Global here in Canada to try to get the show back on the air. And she says her phone's ringing off the hook. You know, they're getting 30 phone calls an hour, and she thinks they're going to be able to do it.
I can't see the beauty in the show for the Beast, but do you think they're going to be able to save it, Valerie?
Gosh, I don't know. It's totally bizarre if it really is every woman's fantasy. I mean, this is a cat man in a sewer. We have a serious problem here. Is it the old every woman loves a uniform, or?
But Valerie, don't you think he's sexy? His voice. I don't mean his. You know, one wouldn't actually like to. Well, how should we put this delicately? You know, be romantically interlinked with him. But I do think he has that wonderful, and his quoting of poetry. In fact, they've put out a record, these fans. There's a record out of his poetry, readings from, because he quotes a lot of Byron and Keats and Shelley during the poetry. And it's a really big seller. They're going to try to get it sold more in Kmart, and they're really launching a campaign.
Poetry doesn't make primetime TV very exciting.
That's exactly what it is. Poetry does not ratings make.
Yeah, but Zsa Zsa, what are the poor policemen doing to, I should say, what are the policemen doing to poor Zsa Zsa, Valerie?
Well, it appears they're breaking her fingernails. She lost 4, and she has bruises, my darling. Zsa Zsa is always trouble. She's trouble on airplanes when she tries to take her dogs. She's trouble everywhere she goes, and I'm sure this was just one final inconvenience. You mean, how dare policemen stop her? But she did say they were 6 feet tall, so she obviously checked them all out, and she's has plans for the future for them or whatever. But
yeah, she says, the wire copy says that she said, oh, how could a man so gorgeous have stopped me and pushed me around? But you know, dear old Zsa Zsa, what happens to her is what happens to a lot of older people who, when they're finally get old, take the prerogative of being as feisty and curmudgeonly as they want. And they don't put up with anything, and they don't put up with any crap. And she especially, you know, she throws in that dollop of Hungarian sexuality, the veneer of, oh, darling, you know, and she was, you know, apparently gave a press conference from her bedroom at her Bel Air mansion. Where else?
And knocks 10 years off her age, darling.
Probably.
Do you know how old she is, Valerie?
She's 68.
She is, eh?
Yeah, she says she's 58. I mean, otherwise, she started everything at 8, you know, so.
Well, she's great.
Well, darlings, I think that's all for this week.
Oh, darling, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Paul.
Ghostbusters was the biggest selling film comedy of all time. So how do you follow that up?
I think we'll end on this one.
Ghostbusters 2. Here's
Unless
Tom
a
Neal
big
with
flood
a
of
review.
donos start coming in. I got other stuff I need to do.
Ghostbusters.
Yes, we're back.
And you're going to make a lot of money, aren't you? They're all here, every single one of them, from the original. In fact, the director's the same, the transportation's the same, even the story is the same.
No, it's not.
Certified check, cash or money order.
Yo, is that what I did? Did I see something
Not the same story.
Once again, New York City is about to get slimed. I know, who'd notice the difference, but
God,
remember,
the
this is
snark
the
in
movies.
this guy's
At any rate,
voice.
the city needs a savior, or preferably 4 saviors.
Ah! What is it, honey?
It's that darn ghost again. He just won't leave us alone. I guess we're just going to have to move.
No, wait. Don't worry. We're not moving. He is.
Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
Once again, Bill Murray makes everyone else look as if they are a supporting cast for his antics. On the plus side, his mugging and one-liners do give the movie energy.
Well, what do you think?
Well, he's ugly. I mean, he's not Elephant Man ugly, but he's not attractive. Was his father ugly?
Don't listen.
And he stinks.
You're right, senor.
Ghostbusters 2 isn't bad, and it's going to make a lot of money, but it could have used tighter direction. Okay, what does that mean? Well, you get the feeling that in some scenes the stars were told, okay, be funny, you're the stars. So they react with one another, sometimes smugly, and you become aware of the actors instead of the characters.
Whatever this stuff is, it responds to human emotional states.
Mood slime.
Oh, baby.
You mean this stuff actually feeds on bad vibes?
Like a cop in a donut factory.
Ivan Reitman should have cracked the whip more. As director, he should have said, okay, guys, back in your characters. As producer, he should have insisted that Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis, who wrote the screenplay, give it a little more substance, maybe add that extra background or angle. As it stands, the most interesting characters are not even the main contenders.
So you want to play Boggle or Super Mario Brothers?
I think motherhood's a very natural instinct. I'm a child myself. Would you?
There is considerable talent at work here, both on screen and off. The big problem with that is that you need an even bigger talent to tell them what works and what doesn't. In this case, it's an even split. Ghostbusters 2 rates 5 out of 10. For
Wow,
Midday,
Jesus.
I'm Tom New.
We'll be right back after this with Croquet Fever.
Wow. Thank God I didn't save that.
Boycott of the TV station and the
All
show's
right, we'll watch this one too.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be real careful.
Oh, wait a minute. Isn't this the one we just saw? We just saw this one. No, fuck that. Alrighty, well. Lots more stuff in the queue, but I guess nobody wants to watch it because I don't see any donos happening. So, yeah, I guess we're done for today, folks. Anyway, that's all right. I'm kind of burning out anyway. I just wish there was more month left. We got rent looming, and with that sitting at 41%, it ain't getting paid. So anyway, last call for donations. Did you enjoy the content? Would you like more? Were you entertained? Would you like to continue to be entertained?
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yes? No? Well, yeah. I mean, not just recording them back in the day, but going through all those tapes, investing in the equipment to do it, doing the captures, cleaning them up, and making sure we get them as clean as possible and best possible presentation. I mean, it's time, it's money, it's equipment, it's skill. Not everybody can do what I do. Like, it's from years of working with videos. I got so much stuff in the archives I'd love to share with you guys, but you know, the whole reason we did this today was to see if there was enough interest, i.e. from donations coming in, to justify doing further presentations like this. So it's all on you guys. If you want more, you know, drop a few bucks in the pot. It doesn't have to be a fortune. I mean, every dollar helps, you know. It all goes towards the content, all goes towards, you know, maintaining the equipment, But most importantly, at this point in the month, maintaining me and our roof over our head. So, can't do a show if I'm homeless. Link at the top of the chat. All right. Well, I guess we're done. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the show. Maybe we'll do this again sometime. Maybe we won't. Only time will tell. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.